Okay, guys, we're live, sitting here with trip aces on the very first hand that we're dealt, and no idea where we're at. Hopefully we're up against sixes full now instead of a bigger ace. It's not gonna matter. We get kind of saved here, I think, or we might have been ahead. He might have had like an ace nine or an ace four or something. Ace king, yeah. So we get saved. No problem. Yeah, great to see you guys. What a stream we had last night, and we're gonna try to go for a final table repeat. Great to see everybody in the stream. We got Elephant starting us off with a good luck man. Grateful Mouse, haven't seen you in a little bit. It's awesome to see you, man. We got Underwood Gaming in the stream. Moose Gills. We got Vegas Poker. What buy-in tonight? It is a $30 rebuy. $30 add-on. So let's see. We're in for 90 bucks. We're in for 60 bucks so far. We'll be in for 90 at least. We got PokerStud 5. Great to see you in the stream. Also, JNature 3, one of our subscribers last night. JNature, great to see you again tonight. Food Stamp Abuser asks, how are we doing tonight? Doing pretty good. Hello, Chad, he says. We got Leo Hunter, Leo X Hunter. 4 months in a row sub, man. Thank you so much, Leo. Really appreciate you sticking with us and being here. Thank you very much, man. 4 months. That's a good chunk of time sticking with us. One of the old hats. That must mean that you subscribed all through the series when we didn't even do much. So thank you very much for sticking with us through that downtime. Here we are. Back to more of a regular schedule for the foreseeable future. We got Click You in the stream, a Killer J coming in with those fist bumps. Food Stamp Abuser again. Good to see you in the stream. We got Charuk 10, we got Papist, and Anaconda High Low, one of our fearless mods. It's great to see you, Anaconda. SD Bub, felt it again. You guys are the best. Oh my gosh, how cool is that? PH Poker dodging bullets. Is that Phil Hellmuth? That's got to be Helmuth, right? That's pretty cool, Grateful Mouse. I love that emoticon. We got Decker in the stream. Awesome to see you, Decker. And Huffy67. We got Sniper MPS. Rain Clown saying 38. Stop the presses. Stream must have started. Usually this is way higher. Yep, stream just started, Rain Clown. Great to see you. Jesus95 saying, hey, mate, best of luck today, tonight. Thank you very much, Jesus. Dutcrack44. Giving us the hello. Great to see you, Dutcrack. Dutcrack. Great to see you, Dutcrack, in the stream. Nefboy JG saying, what's up, Dutch boy? What's up, Nefboy? And yes, felt it again saying, better take her out now than on the final table. Oh man, what a nightmare that was. June just crying and crying and crying in my ear last night, right when we're on the stone cold money bubble. Gotta take her out. Gotta take that's part of being a responsible dog owner. Dogfish Phil in the stream. Great to see you, man. We also have Pricey687. We've got Going Paper. What would you think of Jason Somerville open limping Queen 9 suited under the gun, 50 big blinds deep? What would I think about it, Going Paper? I would think it was a huge mistake. A huge mistake. He would get the bony fish and he would have to prove himself to take it off. Look, I'll tell you what. I want to make something clear. The bony fish, it's just a way to say, look, this guy makes a mistake that we think it's a mistake. We think open limping in a tournament structure is always a mistake, but it's especially a mistake once those antes kick in. You know, there's just too much equity on the table and too much chance that you're going to just be able to pick it up without even having to see a flop. And then when you do see a flop, there's so much of an advantage in having the pre-flop initiative, having that pre-flop aggression going for you. So we think open limping is a mistake. I think open limping is a mistake, and I think a lot of poker players are going to agree with me. Some of them disagree. You know, some pros disagree with me. We see sometimes we see Lane Flack, for example, open limping. Sometimes we see Poker Cat open limping. It doesn't mean that they are playing some sort of different advanced game that we just don't see. Maybe, or it means that they're making a mistake. You know, I mean, no one plays poker perfect all the time. That doesn't mean that you can't be a great player and sometimes open limp. You know, you can more than make up for that small little equity that you're dropping on the table with post-flop decisions and, you know, later play. So when we put a bony fish on on someone, a lot of times it changes to a, you know, a shark. Here we got Lily Lou with a bony fish. We talked about maybe turning that into a shark last night. She did end up winning that tournament. Heads up against us, taking it down. So is she a bony fish all the time? No. We're not going to change it just yet, though. We're not going to change it just yet. We got to stop hogging the seats at the final table. It's my turn to win a grand. Says Texas, Nevada. Texas, Nevada, I would be happy to share that final table with you. Let's make it happen tonight. We got Moose Gills with some pretty cool emoticons. Liking it. Is that Phoenix? I'm not sure. Angoth says Reddit won't load. Redirect loop. What am I going to do with September? Oh my gosh, Angoth. Tell me that's not true. Tell me it's not true. Tell me that Reddit is not down for the count. I'm sure it'll be up in the next 20 minutes. Looks like it's up for me. Looks like it's... Maybe it's just for you. Maybe it's just you, Angoth. Reddit looks okay. We got Ukus F Boss saying how did Dutch finish last night? Second place. Second place. A lot of money left on the table, but tonight that's going to change. Tonight we dine on bony fish. Invin177 saying, Dutch mate, what's up? Where you at? I'm in Las Vegas, man, right here. Right with you. We're right next to you. We got Enlightened Rage. Clicking on that resub button 2 months in a row. Enlightened Rage, thank you so much for sticking with us. It really means a lot. You're awesome, man. You are awesome. HPT Poker, final table last night. Nice. Where'd he finish? HPT Poker, man. Awesome to see you. Big fan of the HPT crew up there in Fargo. Got a chance to do a little guest commentary with those guys. All of them are so cool. King 2 of diamonds. We're gonna make the fold. So, where is the next HPT stop? Let's find out. We've been talking about maybe going up to Colorado and playing it. HPTpoker.com. They just had Ameristar in Missouri. I think it's going on right now. Maybe. Nope. It had a Greg Jennings final table. That first, was that the first HPT bracelet? No. I think there was another HPT bracelet before in Michigan. It looks like the Golden Gates Casino event is in September, sometime in the middle of September. Maybe we'll go to that. I wouldn't mind going up to see some of our friends up there in Colorado. J.D. Cole, Bob Hatter up there. A number of you guys are up there in Colorado, so that's going to be a great event. I might try to take Michelle up to that event. We also have Grand Sierra up in Reno later on in September. When's the next time they're coming through Vegas? I don't know. They lost their spot at Stratosphere. I don't know if they lost it or if Stratosphere lost them. I think they're probably better off. Stratosphere is kind of a dive. Of course, JD Cole loves Stratosphere. We got the Poop 34 here in the stream. Great to see you, man. J Roy 98, Huffy 67. I think I always said sup to you. Blurred 11 saying I have a good feeling about tonight for you. Blurred 11s. I hope so, my friend. IRATS Beats, great to see you. Ah, man. Parduque says, how did it end up last night? I felt asleep. Second place, man. Second place. We left a lot at the table, but we took a lot as well. KM Robbie, hey Dutch, these subscriptions renew automatically. I think you got to turn them off, or they do. Yes, KM Robbie. T-Dog 82976. Let's see. What's up, Dutch? Good to see you. Hope you make another final table tonight. T-Dog, thank you very much. Ace King off suit. Not so bad. Feeling pretty good about it. Let's see. Are we going to 3-bet this? I think that we will. I think that we will. Let's do it. So we would... let's just pot it up. Pot. Okay. Ross the Boss. Good to see you, man. We got 609. Good evening, sir. How have you been enjoying your solo time at home? I shipped my 4th pub win tonight in the last 3 weeks. I wish I could be proud of it, but blah, pub games. Man, 609, it's still, you know, it's still money. It's still money, even if it's just like a $20 bar tab. And, you know, you're playing against people who are trying to win, so, you know, never feel bad about winning, even if it's a small tournament. I feel good about winning free rolls, man. Come on. Just completely whiffed it up against 3 opponents, and we're just done with this hand. Just done with it. Get you all in. How are you doing? He says, hey, Dutch boy, nice score yesterday, but great final table. Good luck tonight. Thank you, man. Yesterday was a pretty good final table. 3 people at the final table, friends of the crew. That's really cool. I mean, like, we had BCLV there. We had Adam V there. We had George McFly. It was a really cool final table. It's really cool making it there. Oh man, Jim Bro says good luck if you're playing tomorrow to Grateful Mouse. Grateful Mouse, good luck tomorrow if you are playing tomorrow. Is that WPT AC or something? Or maybe the Maryland Live, right? Isn't that right around your neighborhood, Grateful Mouse? I think supposedly there's going to be a really big overlay, that Maryland Live event this week. They're fretting out. They're super fretting out. They're like, we're not going to make this guarantee. Dutch, you got to help us out. You got to come out. There's going to be money. You can help promote it. And I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. I gotta be somewhere. I gotta do some Twitch streaming. No, I can't come out.
We're gonna like take over the poker room.
Did we just win that? Did we just take that down? Jack 978. I can't believe we just took that down. We've got a never ever official. Just subscribed, man. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button. Never ever official. Welcome to the crew. You are awesome, man. Thank you for supporting the stream. And never ever official. I'll tell you what we do for all of our subscribers. You all get a digital version of my book Poker Tilt as my way of saying thank you to you. Very first sub perk coming out. And I'll tell you, we have more. We have more sub perks coming out, guys. We have more sub perks coming out. I just approved the big order of the patches. So in a little while, all of you subs are going to be able to get a couple patches sent your way. Chaos Theory coming in with 120. Is Pocket Jacks a three bet here, or do we just set mine? Let's just set mine it. Let's go ahead and induce Papa's Gino to come along, Rook 1122 to come along, maybe even Lindley Lou. Ace is up, saying, see Dutch, I stayed away and you finished higher than 6. Stock me up on coffee, yo. It's for your own good. Ace is up, sounds good. Let's get out of here. I want to make another second place. Just joking, man. Okay, so what do we do? Lindley Lou making a 3-bet. We're sitting here with Pocket Jacks, and now, yeah, we're just going to make the call. We will do a little set mining here. No idea where we're at this point. I feel like Lindley Lou could easily be 3-betting with Ace King. But I don't think that she C-bets with Ace King. Not against 2 opponents. I think she probably... And, yeah. We're going to make a fold. Our plan was to hit a set or get out. So, we're getting out. We're sticking with the plan. And I'm kind of wondering what Chaos Theory might have called with on that flop. I think that we might be watching Chaos Theory. Well, now he's thinking about calling, so can't put him on a set. I don't know. I don't think Jax is good here, though. Wow. So what do we think it was? What do we think it was? I don't know. Oh, look at this. We got Indobird saying, Dutch, I'm sitting here watching with my 6-month-old in my arms. Indobird, that's very sweet. Sounds like you got a little player in the making right there. We wish him luck on his is it him or her? Is it a boy or girl, Indobird? Either way, we wish yeah, it's a he. Said he was mine, so we wish him luck on his poker journey. Our youngest friend right there. Making the fold. Making the fold. Cubs dude saying nice one last night. Thank you very much, man. We got Miroslavic Rustic. Salty. PJ Salt. Sure. And the Raz12. Great to see you, man. Great to see you in the stream. What else we got? RC Smith saying, that was the first thing I did was check Reddit. Situation is normal. Situation is, in fact, normal. Hexadecimal saying, hey Dutch, I don't have a PC. I watch it on my iPad and Xbox One. How do I subscribe on said media? It's a good question, Hexadecimal. I'm glad to answer it. The only way that you're going to be able to subscribe is actually through the website itself. So from your iPad, you have to go to the twitch.tv/DutchBoyd site and click on the little subscribe button through there. That's the only way to do it. They don't have a way to subscribe through their iPad app or through their Xbox One app. Oh, man. Unreal saying, open limping is a prestigious line of play with a long and glorious tradition. Sure. Sure. A long and glorious tradition. We got Thrust Climb in the stream. Great to see you. Great to see you, sir. And, wow, so Grateful Mouse actually open limped like every hand that tournament. That's crazy. Crazy. You know what? I encourage experimentation at the tables. You know, there's plenty of improvement left, and I probably suspect that, you know, in the far future, there will probably be, like, maybe not even that far of a future, the game will probably be solved to a GTO point where a computer program will be able to play in a way that is unexploitable by anybody, either human or computer. And that GTO style very well might have open limps in it. It very well might. But I think that when people open limp, they open limp way too often. And I don't know. I feel like you know, if in the future the game is solved to the point where it's like, okay, this is how to play perfect no limit hold'em poker, you know, some percentage of the time you've got to open limp with some percentage of these hands. I think that percentage is going to be so much closer to 0 than 100% that it's not really worth trying to incorporate into our game. By and large, when people open limp, I think they're making a mistake, like big mistakes. And sometimes live I can make an argument for doing it, but I don't do it. GatorBait29 just subscribed. Great to see you, GatorBait. New sub, man. 2 new subs. You guys are the best. We have Never Ever Official, and now we have GatorBait. Both new members of the crew. Welcome to the crew. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. GatorBait, I'm going to go ahead and make sure you get that DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, as my way of saying thank you for supporting the stream. Grateful Mouse saying, yes, the PPC Atlantic Coast Championship is at Maryland Live. That's the one. That's the one that I think is going to. That's the one that I think is going to have a big overlay. A big overlay. The Bumpster saying, what the fuck? What? WTF? WTF? Folding JJ? Why would you ever fold JJ there? Didn't think it was good. Didn't think it was good. Felt like it could have been good. You know, the flop comes out 10 high. I think that if Lindley Lou doesn't c-bet into 2 opponents, we're probably in good shape. But I don't think Lindley Lou's c-betting there and then firing out on the turn and then firing out on the river with not, you know, with not better. You know, I think that she either has a bigger pair or a smaller pair, and the 10s and the 9s got there. You know, so we're hoping that she is just spewing with ace king and ace queen. Does Lindley Lou spew? Does Lindley Lou spew? No, Lindley Lou does not spew. We got Checkered Karma. Good to see you, Checkered Karma. Tinks Man is sure that it was kings. I don't know. We might have had a pre-flop. It might have been 10s or 9s. I don't think it's 8s. I don't think it's ace-queen. I don't think it's ace-king. Anyway, by the time the river happens, we're only beating just the stone cold bluffs. Maybe. Could be. So Grateful Mouse saying the WPT is coming through Maryland Live September 23rd through 29th. And you know, Grateful Mouse, I think that WPT is probably what's killing the PPC this week. Is everyone is, you know, all the locals are saving their money for that WPT, as they should. So there is bound to be a really, really big overlay in that PPC. I would definitely check it out on that last day, because I think that there's going to be a guarantee, and that, you know, like an overlay, because I don't think they meet their guarantee. I've got some inside people over there just fretting it, thinking that, I mean, casinos can't miss those guarantees. You know, if they do, the tour doesn't come through again. We got Nikki 2 cards. Great to see you in the stream, Nikki 2 cards. Make the fold here with 7-5 suited. Doing Dabs 420 saying, what an overlay, when does registration end? Of course, we're not talking about this one. The 3K always meets their guarantee. We're talking about that Maryland Live PPC event. Let me take a look at it. The Players Poker Championship. The fields combine on Sunday, August 30th to crown a champion and award the top 8 5K PPC Aruba World Championship packages. Is that what's going on? A $200,000 guarantee main event is what it is. A $550 buy-in, $200,000 guaranteed main event. Wednesday through Sunday. So guys, this is what I would suggest you guys do if you're anywhere near Maryland Live. Is on Sunday. We'll be streaming on Sunday. But if you're near Maryland Live, you should call down, figure out exactly what the entrance numbers are right around the last time to register. And if they miss it, you should get down there and collect the free money. You really should. There's, you know, I hate to sound predatory, but as a poker player, you know what? Those casinos, they just rape us all the time, just raking and buying fees, it's just all the time. So when they get it wrong, and when they are having to go out of pocket and just shower money onto us, we really need to take it. So check that out. KM Robbie asking, what do you think of the heads-up limit machines? I don't really think much about them at all, KM Robbie. I think you know, we've seen that heads-up no limit isn't quite there where it's beatable with that Doug Polk challenge this summer. Limit hold'em might be a different story. I think that probably the AI is strong enough to beat most human players. Maybe all human players. Maybe. It definitely seems to me like limit hold'em should be easier to solve than no limit hold'em. There's fewer decisions. So I'm not convinced it's beatable. Ace is up 316 says, Dutch, you're wearing a poker shirt. That's right. I am. One of the very, very few poker shirts I ever bought. Get back on your bicycle. Go to Mother Russia. I was looking for you know, some images for an emoticon, a GG emoticon that would be a bear wearing a Russian hat, riding a bike, and it would just be kind of like a, you know, a little throwback, a little wink to the Tony G. Ralph Perry scene. Pickleman, good to see you. He says, is Exmo putting in a guest appearance tonight in chat? I'm not sure. I don't know. We might see her, but I don't think so. I think that she right now is having a little bit of a Seattle adventure with her niece Aubrey. Oh man, you guys want to hear some sad news tonight? Sad news is so, you know, my little brother Austin, I talk about him sometimes on the stream. He's 14 years old. Big kid. He's much bigger than I am. He's 6'3", and right around 240 pounds. So he is on the football team in Columbia, freshman football team. And he's, practicing every day. He's getting fit. He's loving it. He's loving being on the team. And last night, fractured his wrist. He's going to be out all season. He's so disappointed. He doesn't even get to play a single game. It's just so disappointing. He was wearing a brave face, but man, if I was him, I think I'd just be crying on my pillow for hours. No football. Oh, not that I played football when I was a kid. But I also wasn't 6'3" and 240 pounds. Okay, we're going to make the check here against Rook 1122. So Jay Lawrence 101 saying, I'd open... Look at this, we got KM Robbie 2 months in a row. KM Robbie, thank you very much for sticking with us, man. Really appreciate it. Very much appreciate it. Papa says, personally limping with ace-ace and king-king is asking for them to get cracked. Just my opinion. Jay Lawrence 101 saying open limping with, for value with aces or kings sometimes. The situation has to be real right, just right, and you have to know that you're going to get played back at. I think a lot of times you miss out on a lot of value because when you open limp with aces or kings in early position, and someone comes around and raises, and now you try to, to limp raise. It's just so transparent what happened. They're looking at it and they're like, oh, well, I guess these jacks are no good. We'll just call and set mine and miss and fold. Or you go ahead and fire out with a raise and get the jacks to play back at you, 3-bet it, and now what? Now you can 4-bet shove and sometimes get called. That can happen sometimes. Okay, we're going to make a call here. Let's see if some magic happens. It can happen. No, it doesn't happen. So we check fold. Done with the hand. Just done with it. Making the fold. Making the fold. Okay, 16 out of 39. It looks like one guy decided not to get that add-on. That's a mistake. It's a mistake, guys. You got to get the add-on if you're going to be playing these tournaments. And you know what we're going to do? I'm going to jump into that $10 rebuy and add-on as well. Just kind of have that going in the background. Give ourselves a good opportunity to make a final table tonight. If something interesting happens, I'll load it up. But we'll stick with the $30 rebuy as our feature. Once again, I just want to say thank you to our newest subs and our old subs too. But big shout out, GatorPate, Never Ever Official. You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for supporting the stream. Clicking on that sub button, and after the stream's up, I'll make sure to go ahead and send over that DRM free version of Poker Tilt your way. Hopefully, you guys get a chance to give it a read. Make the fold. Cascade Forever saying, I'm glad you're streaming tonight, Dutch. Good to see you. Thank you very much, Cascade Forever. Glad to be streaming too. Poker Mindset Coach in the stream. Great to see you, man. Good evening to you. Good evening to you.
We are gonna like take over the poker world.
We got Hexadecimal just subscribing, actually going through the trouble to load up the web browser in the iPad, clicking on the subscribe button. Hexadecimal, you are awesome, man. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Really means a lot to me. Thank you so much. Welcome to the crew. Gosh, you're awesome, Hexadecimal. I'm going to go ahead and send you over a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, after the stream's done. And you got an iPad, so you'll be able to put it on your iPad. I think iPad is in .mobi, so it reads pretty well on the iPad. And hopefully you get a chance to give it a read. You got the cool emoticons. We're gonna also have some really cool sub perks coming up in the next 2-3 weeks. I put the approval in for those fist bump patches, guys, today. Danny Port, feeling the empathizing with Austin. He tore his ACL playing football when he was 16, a week after I got a starting defensive end spot. That's pretty rough, Danny Port. I mean, that's like tearing an ACL. I mean, that's game over, isn't it? You know, at least with Austin, it's a fractured wrist. It's not going to keep him out all 4 years. JD Cole saying it's probably not a season ender. Maybe not. Maybe not. JD Cole 72 saying he can play with a cast if he wants and gets a waiver. Can you do that? Can you play? Can you be a lineman with a cast on? I mean, that seems like it would be dangerous for the other kids. Blurred 11 saying, if you break your dominant hand and wrist as a teenager, you instantly figure out how to be ambidextrous. I would think it's doubly true for a teenage male. Billy Hoyle 73 saying, hey Dutch, glad you liked that meme I sent you about the pocket aces. Oh my gosh, that was awesome. That was awesome. Thank you very much for that, Billy Hoyle. Definitely put a smile on my face, man. Definitely put a smile on my face. And Jimbro saying, a fractured wrist is the worst he gets playing high school football. Take it. Yeah, I agree. I agree, man. I was that's what I told him. I was like, I actually had a buddy that one of my roommates in Columbia when I was 21 who fractured a vertebrae while he was playing football. He was like, I don't think he could walk for like 3 months, and then he had to go through like 9 months of an intense physical therapy. And I didn't know him at the time. When I knew him, he was fine. It was like nothing ever happened, but it was quite the scare. Ross the Boss in the stream. Great to see you, man. We got Stephanie Nina coming in, giving the hello. Thank you very much for being here, Stephanie. I like that bionic bunion kitten. Mythical Mark, awesome to see you, man. And we'll fold 10-4. We're getting some pretty decent pot odds right there, but I just kind of feel like even if we hit our hand, we're not going to really know where we're at. Jimbro saying, Dutch, question from last night. Twice, Poker Mindset Coach said you were folding too fast. What did he see and try to suggest? Jimbro, he's actually here in the stream. You can definitely ask him. I think that what he was just saying was that we're not really considering all of the spots. I mean, he's right. We talk about spots, not hands, all the time in the stream. Spots, not hands. Spots, not hands. Yet, when you just auto fold because you're getting hands like 9-4 off, a lot of times you're missing opportunities. So we're making the fold. And Papist, yeah. There's not too much that I can do about it. 3Bet Nuts saying, had to go to bed last night. What happened after Dutch was a chip leader? We cashed, is what happened. 3Bet Nuts. Second place to Lindley Lou, right next to us now in this $30 rebuy again. $1,000 second. It's okay. It's okay. A grand don't come for free, as Mike Skinner from the street says. You can walk to you can walk from here to Reno, never see a grand lying on the ground. So it's I felt good about it. Anytime you walk away from a tournament day up, it's good. But you know, having a 4-figure score is always pretty nice. So JD Cole 72. You know what? I'm going to take your statement and send it over to my mom. Let her know. 3 Bad Nuts saying, good job on that tourney last night. Had to go to bed earlier, missed the end. Way to go. 3 Bad Nuts, thank you very much. I'll tell you what, that final table I'm sure will eventually end up on the YouTube channel. Wow. John Mon 101 coming in with 157. We've got ace 9 off. We'll just make the fold. And one base play saying, is that you in the sub GIF being thrown up in the air? No, it's a younger version of me. Yes, it is. 2006. 2006. A lot more hair, a lot more confidence, a lot less skill. Taking down the first of 3 World Series of Poker bracelets against heads up against Joe Hatcham, and as soon as that river card, and it was a very dramatic end. I had him covered by about 3-1 going into the very last hand, and we ended up getting it all in where I had an ace 5 against his ace queen, so I needed some help. The 5, the help came on the river, and you know a 3-outer hit the river. And I will point out that I had them all in about 4 times up until that last hand. I mean, you know, a lot of people look at that and think, "Oh, you got so lucky, Dutch." Well, I don't know. You started, putting all those all-ins together. I feel like he got lucky to survive as many as he did. But that last river card was pretty lucky. It was pretty lucky. What would have happened if he had won and evened up the stacks? You know, I don't know. I mean, momentum is huge in poker, and he's definitely a champion. The reigning world champion at the time. When it hit, I just turned around, and I just kind of shocked, and all my buddies just like ran up and hoisted me in the air. It was an awesome moment. When people talk about my favorite poker memory, it's not even close. It's not even close. It's that moment right there. Gold 34 Ice saying, "Can we see that Aces meme?" Yeah, let me load it up. It was pretty funny. Oh, and hey, Poker Mindset Coach, just got your message on Twitter. That sounds nice. Yeah, let's go for it. We'll raise it up with ace 9 off. So we hit our ace against 2 opponents. I think that we're just going to go ahead and make a check here. I don't really know where that 9 kicker puts us. So we're probably looking at either way ahead or way behind. Let's go ahead and hopefully give someone with like a queen 10 or king 10 the opportunity to catch up. Maybe a king jack or king queen now makes a call with a gut shot straight draw. having only 4 outs. There it is. There it is. Let me add this up. Beautiful, right? Just beautiful. Okay, yeah, we'll sit that out. That is the Pocket Aces meme that we got sent from our buddy Daryl. That look the ladies get when Dutch gets Pocket Aces, the unbeatable hand. Just awesome. Thank you very much for that. Definitely put a smile on my face. Okay. And Dunette9 saying, Dutch, last time I saw you, you were playing at Harris St. Louis, and I was a dealer. Wow, that's going back a ways, Dunette. I'm going to say that was probably back in 2006. Great to see you in the stream. And always awesome to see some Missouri boys here. We got KDP Nut, Ross the Boss 85. Always a pleasure is what he says. I missed it. I missed it. And hit him with the ass. Great to see. He says, "Yo, what's up, Dutch? Been waiting for you." Thank you very much, man. Hit him with the ass. Okay, so maybe not. Maybe it's hit him with the A's. I kind of like hit him with the ass. I think that's pretty funny. Ronnie Rosenthal, has anyone been getting abuseful PMs in the chat? Ronnie Rosenthal, it happens all the time on Twitch. I'm going to tell you guys what you can do about it. Okay, let me just show you really quick why I don't get abusive whispers in the stream. All you got to do, let me make sure I can show this on the stream without like giving up a stream key or something. Let me just show you how to do this, you guys. And then you never have to worry about abusive, whispers or PMs again. You click on settings, right? Let me see. Security and privacy? I think it's security and privacy. There it is. Okay, let me show you how to do this, guys. Okay, we're just going to go ahead and screen capture. And ace queen of clubs. That looks nice, but this is more important. Look, this is what you do. You go to your Twitch. You go down here to settings right here. Okay, click on that. You click on security and privacy right here, okay? And then you go down here to block whispers from strangers. You click on that, block whispers from people you don't follow. You click save changes, and then people can't whisper you unless you follow them. And then if you want to whisper people, you can say on chat, hey, you can follow them and then just whisper them, or tell them that you're trying to whisper them. That's pretty much how to do it, guys. You do that, you won't ever have a problem with abusive PMs again. I don't, And there's nothing I can really do about it. We ban trolls in chat. They come back. We ban them again. They come back. They spend 15 minutes to set up a new email account and set up a new Twitch account, and they come back. And this is what the modern day. The modern day sadist. This is pretty much what they do, and they get off on it. There's this very small percentage of people out there who just get off on hurting people. So this is how to avoid it. Hopefully that helped a couple of you guys. Okay. Good old Kevin saying, I may miss her more than Dutch, talking about X1. What happened to X1? She's living in a hobbit hole now in Washington State. I miss her too. She'll be back on Monday. She'll be back on Monday. And Stephanie Nina saying, I just want to let you know how much I enjoy your stream. Wish I could play PokerStars. I'm stuck with Bovada. I grind daily. Well, it could be worse. You could be in 1995 where there wasn't even online poker and you had to play with people face to face. But yeah, I miss PokerStars too, Stephanie Nina. One day in the future. One day in the future. Nacho the Bandit, great to see you, man. It's great to see you. I like that, the Hutch thumbs up. That's a pretty cool. That's a pretty cool emoticon. And Nacho, I want to thank you again for being one of our subs yesterday. Big shout out to you, man. Thank you very much. 8 Overrated says, what was the deal with the big hickey on your neck during that final table? Heard you had lost a bet, and that's what you got. I don't remember. It's been a long time ago. I gave it to myself. 8 Overrated. Gave it to myself. 3Bet Nuts asking, hey, if I pay by the hour, do you actually coach privately? Paying by the hour, man. It sounds so dirty. I've coached in the past. I've done one-on-one coaching sessions before. Not a lot. Okay, let's make a raise here, guys. Up to 500. Do a little 2.5x. What do you think, Chaos Theory? Making the call. And we hit. That's a hit. That's a hit. Fire at the same amount of 500. It was 500, right? It was exactly 500. So let's do it again. We got Pantera in the stream. Great to see you. We also have Nilesy, one of our fearless mods here in the stream, keeping us safe from the trolls tonight. Great to see you, Nilesy. Nilesy, I saw that you were doing a little streaming today. I didn't check in on that because I just saw the notification. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and make it a little half pot size bet. Let me just take it down. So maybe checking back would have been the way to go, because then we could have maybe gotten Chaos Theory to fire out a bluff. And you know, guys, I think that we are on a break right now. Yes, indeed. We are on a break. So we're going to be right back in 5 minutes. Going to get a little refill here on the coffee. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate all of you being here. Big shout out to all of our new viewers. If you're new to the stream, welcome to the stream. We love having you here. Nacho the Bandit saying, hey, Dutch, just wanted to let you know that I read about half the book today at work. Nacho the Bandit, that's awesome, man. Really good so far, and much more enjoyable than crunching numbers. Thank you very much, Nacho, for giving it the time of day, man. Really appreciate it. JD Cole saying, here's the website for athletics in Missouri, and the casting policy is under sports medicine. Let me go ahead and make that. I'm gonna copy that, JD Cole. Oh. I think that Austin's mom says no playing with the cast. She just messaged me. So Austin might have been watching, or my mom might have been watching. I'm gonna go ahead and send over the the website anyway. But that's pretty funny. I was going to text her, my mom, and I just got the text before I even looked. 12 minutes ago, JD. Austin's mom says no playing with a cast. That's pretty funny. So the Idol 31 says one time I can catch a hand when people donk lead into me. Big Dog 2000 says you realize you just lost most of your viewers as they click on the spanner. I'm not sure what you mean there, Big Dog. And Trait saying, Dutch, love your stream. Been a follower for months and hope to sub soon. Keep being you, boss. Thank you very much, Traits. Really appreciate you being here. Guys, we're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere. We got another 2.5 minutes on break. I'm going to make the most of it. Okay, guys, we're back. We are back. Got a little bit more coffee. River King 123 saying good luck Dutch tonight. Thank you very much, River King 123. The Nothing 8888. What's up? Thank you very much for the good luck wish. 4-3 suited. We'll make that fold, you guys. And let's see. JD Cole saying I've been watching Jared Tindler and his mental game interviews with pros. I see a void in that arena that needs to be filled. Hopefully your book can really hit on the psychology of poker and the mental aspects from a true player's perspective. JD Cole, 72. I don't know, man. I don't know. Might need some help. Cowboy Jack the Chipper asking, what state are you wanting to be governor of, future governor? I think I can answer that. California? Could it be California? I hope so. We could use a good poker-friendly California governor in that state. 5th largest economy in the world. Polarized in the stream. Great to see you, man. Nacho the Bandit. That's pretty funny. Terminator 247, good evening to you. I feel like it is going to be a good night. I think that it's going to be a good night, you guys. Who else we have in this stream? We got El Guapo. Awesome to see you, El Guapo, friend of the stream. One of our buddies. We met him in real life a few times. Always good to be making deep runs with El Guapo. I hope that tonight is good for both of us, my friend. Yeah, let's make a call here with our 8-9 off. See if we can't hit something. We've got and we do have something. Can we expect Lindley Lou to fire out a C-bet? I don't know. We'll find out. We're not really going anywhere. And Rook, let's see, Rook 1122, firing out a bet here. A little bit worried that maybe my 8-9 is no good, but we're going to go ahead and make a check raise anyway. Top pair, I think we're okay. What do we do if Rook 1122 makes a shove? I don't know. Are we going to just like auto give him credit for a set of 5s or a set of 2s or 10s, jacks, queens, or kings or aces? I mean, I don't think that aces or kings really make a lot of sense. So what does make sense? I'll tell you what makes sense is pocket 7s makes sense. That's what I think that Rook has. I think that we probably have him drawn dead to 2 outs. Hopefully it's 7s and not 4s. So let's go ahead and fire out a half pot size bet. We'll see if we can't get him to make that call. Call with pocket 7s, Rook. No, he's got queen 9 suited, so has us out kicked. Yeah. Went for Value Town and instead drove ourselves there. Good to see you, Safari Joe. Safari Joe P, good to see you, man. And we'll make the fold. Ah, man. Hey, also 3-bet nuts. I haven't actually done any like one-on-one coaching for quite a while. Pretty full schedule these days. I think that I honestly think that you're probably better off going with someone else, just because I don't know that I'd really be able to do much better than a guy like Matt Stout or Ryan LaPlante, and I definitely wouldn't be able to sell myself as cheap. If I was going to do it right now, it would probably be looking like $500 an hour. Sure sounds like a lot. And then, I tell Michelle that, and she looks at me and she's like, "You realize that, that's about half the price of your normal Vegas stripper, right?" It's like, huh. I don't know. I mean, if you pay like a stripper for a 30-minute lap dance in the VIP room, should that be more or less than a coaching session from a World Series of Poker Bracelet winner? I don't know. I will say this. I have done one and not the other because I feel like the other is not worth it. And the one, well, it feels worth it at the time. Frost79 says, "Hey Dutch, been a fan since your 12th place finish in 03. Glad to see you doing well and still playing. Thank you very much, Frost79. Wow. Imagine if I would have gotten 11th. Gosh, what a haunt that 12th place finish is. I still think about it pretty much every night. I still dream about it. Last night I woke up in a cold sweat, just like, fold the king queen, please fold the king queen. I raise. All in. No. Yes, that happened. There's nothing we can do about it. He made the call. He went on to win. The moneymaker effect. I just read his section in the new Jonathan Little book, the big compilation. It's all right. It wasn't bad. Safari Joe saying, Dutch, you are making me want a cup of Joe. Yeah, we got some nice coffee going right here. When the cat's away, the mice drink coffee. We're making the fold of their 8-5 offsuit. Poker Mindset Coach saying Lindley had a 2-1 chip lead, sucked out on the river. Yeah, it is true. I mean, we got it all in when it was heads up. She had I think she actually had a 3-1 chip lead. I think that if we win that, we just even it up. And then so she got it all in with an ace high, which I can't really blame her. She just make the shove. We made a snap call with pocket aces. She rivered the 3-outer. But you know, we got pretty lucky to get to that heads up spot because earlier in the tournament we were all in against her ace king and we had ace jack, and we ended up turning a jack. I mean, that was supposed to be lights out for us. That was supposed to be curtains for us. Instead, we we got lucky. So I don't know. I can't really complain that much. I don't like between those two hands. I feel like Lindley Lou had the best of us. But I'll complain about the last hand, sure. Because who knows what happens then? Evening it up, who knows what's going to happen? Well, I know what's going to happen. Angot saying Cali dropped his 7th biggest economy. I didn't know. Richie Reed's like, yeah, that's no longer the 5th. It's the 7th. Gatorbait says, what are your thoughts on the current state of poker where people just hide behind hoodies and sunglasses? Gatorbait 29. I don't know. I feel like you leak a lot of information when you're not wearing sunglasses. I feel like you leak a lot of information when you're not trying to conceal it. If poker, if the powers that be wanted to ban sunglasses at the table, ban scarves at the table, make it so that you had to play completely exposed. I suppose I would be for that because I feel like I would probably have an edge over most people. But while people are concealing their eyes, I'll do it all the time too. I wore sunglasses almost every. Yeah, Sex Gym Poker making the shove. I guess it's going to be a call, guys. I mean, we're not folding pocket kings, so hopefully he wakes up with the queens and not aces. I think a good chunk of time we're actually looking at kings versus aces here. But we're not folding. What do you got, Sex Gym Poker? Pocket queens? Show me pocket jacks. That'd be awesome. Ace jack? Sure, we'll take that. We'll take that spot. So he hits a queen. Can we dodge? We do. And that's good. That's good. We're not folding queens pre-flop anymore either, guys. I made that decision the other day. We'll die with it. Okay, we're making the fold here. We got Poker Noob 84. Good to see you in the stream, man. Good to see you. And Matty Matt 316 says, goodbye, just kidding. I love it up there. Nothing to be ashamed of, but you should probably say I'm from the great white Northeast. So 3-bet nuts. Chilling out in Montreal. What a beautiful city that is. Been there one time. I actually lived there for about 3 months. Beautiful city. Absolutely loved it. Yeah. Tyler Durden 4, good to see you in the stream. He says, Dutch, I remember you now. You looked so different in the 03 WSOP. 12 years will do that, man. He says, I just remembered how bummed I was you didn't pick off Moneymaker. What were you thinking when you went all in with the overcards against Maker's pocket threes? I was thinking, fold! 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 That's what I was thinking. And then when he didn't, I was thinking, come on, king. Come on, queen. It didn't happen. Didn't happen. I'll tell you what, guys. This $10 rebuy and add-on is not going well. We pretty much lost all of our chips with ace-queen suited against 5-3 when he flopped the straight, and we ended up hitting a flush that didn't get there. Flush draw. Big difference between a flush and a flush draw. Sure, we'll make a call here with queen 9 suited. We'll see what happens. One, two, three. Can we really expect to get Lindley Lou to make a c-bet for us? I don't think so. I don't think so. We've seen she's not really willing to c-bet for us in situations like this. So we are going to fire out a bet ourselves and hope that queen 9 suited is actually ahead. I think it probably is. Rook 11, thinking about it. Thinking about it. What do you do, Rook? He gets out of the way. How about you, Sex Jim Poker? Makes a shove. We'll call. And it holds. Poker Rat. Awesome to see you. Awesome to see you, Al. 6 months in a row. That is definitely one of our oldest subs. Awesome to see you here, man. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, and really appreciate you being here, man. We just got knocked out of the $10 rebuy and add-on, getting it all in pre-flop against 5-7 and 9-6. Both of these guys called my all-in. I would have thought like 7 or 8 bigs would have had fold equity. I guess not. I guess not. Making the fold here with the Jack 3 suited. Poker Mindset Coach asking a question. He says, Dutch, in your book you said you started calling bad players donkeys instead of fish. Why do you use the bony fish instead of the donkey head? Excellent question. I don't know. I don't know. Just seems, I feel like the bony fish feels fishier. I really don't know why. Let's make a call here, guys. We're going to turn this these pocket nines into a set mine opportunity. And Traits saying, what event did he win the bracelet in? Anyone? I actually won 3 bracelets. And the first one was the 2006 wsop 6-handed event. Second one was a 2010 6 max limit event. And the third one was 2014, last year, event number 33. A 1K no limit event. All of them hold 'em. All of them pretty thick fields. Okay, you got it. Set mining against Lindley Lou and Richard Parker. I think that we've got odds here. Implied odds. The ace 5-2 hits, and that is actually really hurting our hand. Not just because I feel like it's likely that one of these players could have like an ace king or ace queen in their hand, but more because if they were to check and we hit the 9 on the turn, we're probably not getting any value above what's in the pot. We don't get kings or queens or jacks anymore to call off. Lindley Lou decides to make the fold. I think that Lindley Lou probably was just seeing where she was with pocket queens there. Richard Parker makes the shove with was probably like an ace queen. And yeah, sorry about that, Marpar 1984 asking to go back to the info tab. Here we are, 5 out of 44. We've got another 40 minutes on this rebuy period. And Zapashock, good to see you in the stream. We got 420 dabs also, chilling out in the stream. Nacho the Bandit saying, what's up with Canadian people being so nice and happy all the time? Yeah, I'm not sure. I've met some pretty miserable Canadians in my life, but I guess most of them, I don't know. There's no, it's pretty much no different than, you know, someone from northern U.S. Copaesthetic saying, Lily Lou calling your original Rays. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, also, Ace is up. Says, Dutch, did you retire from OFC? Haven't made a move in a while. So, my OFC app is on my iPhone. I let Michelle have the iPhone when she went up to Seattle. So, no OFC until she gets back on Monday. I'll catch up with all the moves then. The Idol 31 saying, hey Dutch, did you act for the cameras back in the day? You seemed kind of intense and eccentric back in the day. Back in the day. The Idol 31. It's a good question, man. And to a certain extent, yeah. You know, I would say, you know, I talk about this in my book about how you got to be aware of the cameras. And you also, one of the secrets to making it as kind of a, you know, like a public poker player, like someone that gets airtime. I mean, you look at like David Singer, for example, who came in 9th that year in 2003, and here's a guy who just, you know, doesn't play it up to the camera, doesn't really give them the sound bites that they want, doesn't really interview that well. So it's part of the metagame, you know, and part of it is just realizing how TV works. You got to realize that, you know, when they put these episodes together, there's someone in an editing room somewhere who's just trying to get the hands into little segments, getting tiny little snippets, right? So you need to make, you know, you need to make your impressions very editable. I would say yes, there was a little bit of playing it up for the camera, and there still is. There still is. Jay Newmeyer in the stream. Good to see you, man.
We are gonna like take over the poker room.
Cowboy Jack the Chipper, 2 months in a row. Thank you very much for being here, man. Thank you for being a positive part of the crew. Great to see that you're sticking with us. Really appreciate it. Wow, look at Rebel 702 just flopping the quads. What did Richard Parker have? What did Richard Parker have there? Pocket twos. Did that happen pre? No, I don't think so, right? That happened. That got dirty on the flop right there. And we got Medoro Tinto saying, what do I think about Ale Shemian? I don't really think about him much. I don't, I've never played with him. I've only seen him on the EPT. So, yeah, I don't really have much to go by. I mean, he's been crushing it, right? Never actually played with him at a table. One of these days I'll start doing like the EPT circuit, but for now I just pretty much stick to Vegas, stick to the World Series, and if he hasn't, you know, we haven't played together. So some of those Europeans I've played a lot with this summer. You know who I kept on running into just over and over and over was Dominic Nietzsche. He's good. He's good. I do feel like he's probably better when he gets later on in the game, when he's playing his end game, because I played with him I think 3 times during this year's World Series, and he was kind of paying more attention to his iPhone than the table. Of course, he's even then he played better than everyone else at the table. So I mean, he's a good player. Who else did I play with a couple times? Martin Jacobson I played with twice this summer. The guy who I kept on running into, like, just couldn't shake, was Jason Mercier. And also Brian Hastings. I played with him a few times. Brian Hastings, he knocked me out of the bracelet event. He won, and I knocked him out of the deuce to 7. Jason Mercier was pretty much the same thing. He knocked me out of a tournament, and then I knocked him out of Raz. It's weird how, like, you go a whole summer without playing certain people, and then you know, others you just play over and over and over, and it's It's like that, you know. It's like that birthday thing where you get 3 people in a room and one of them has the same birthday most of the time. Simple mathematics. We got JD Cole 72 saying, "Okay, you got me thinking about the fractured wrist." Last thing I will say. Here's a link to the best Big Brother gift. These gloves are a must. They provide the added protection and support against the force of lineman hand battles. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and click on that. That's a... Thanks, JD. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I'm going to get him that. That sounds like a really good birthday present. He's got a birthday present. He's got a birthday coming up here pretty soon. We got Frieza in the stream. Great to see you. Stax Armstrong in the stream saying Canadians are so happy because they get free health insurance. I mean, they pay for it one way or the other, right? Bonyfish says, yeah. Oh, the irony in that statement, Bonyfish. The irony there. By saying... don't pay attention, you yourself are paying attention. And maybe I gave instructions on how to do that in the past. There's nothing I can do about it. You got to do it yourself. Marine 311 giving us a best of skill and luck, Mr. Dutchwish. Thank you very much, Marine. Really appreciate it. I'm going to give it a shot. And Anaconda Hilo says, "Did you say Pineapple OFC with the Craigasm?" Yeah, Anaconda, are we playing a game? Did you add me on there? I got that little Pineapple OFC app, I'd say about 9 months ago. And when Phil was playing on his stream, I kind of put out the challenge to anybody who wanted to play. And right now, crushing everybody. Everybody. Maybe not. Maybe not. And Cope Aesthetic, I'm not really sure. I doubt it. I doubt that has much to do with why she doesn't respect my raves. I think it has a lot more to do with her just realizing that my VPIP is fairly wide. Even though at this stage of the tournament, it's really not. I'm thinking that our VPIP is actually pretty small at this stage of the tournament because we're pretty much just kind of waiting for the nutty nut type hands that can, the suited aces and the pocket pairs and... we're really looking for those kind of hands early on before those antes hit. I would think that our VPIP is probably less than 21%. Let's take a look at our stats. In small blind, 22, big blind, 66, other 11%. So overall, 20%. Yeah, at Showdown, we have a pretty good win at Showdown percentage. The one that we didn't win was when we had that 8-9 versus the Queen 9. Ace is up 316, saying they also have stronger beers. Yeah, Labatt's. Is that what it is? Labatt's Blue. We got a Nacho the Bandit. That's pretty funny, Nacho. He says, but those miserable Canadians, we're all French Canadians. The French part drowns out the happy part. That might be true. That might be true. Oh, man, you guys are the best. And the Batley Towns Women's Guide, welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the stream. Bonyfish saying, fell asleep watching last night. What were your results? Please don't say 6th. I wish I didn't have to say 6th, Bonyfish, but it was indeed number 6. We got 6th again last night. No, we didn't. We got 2nd, and that's okay. You know, we won a grand. I felt pretty good about it. Mr. Poker Pages. Mr. Poker Pages. That's a buddy of mine from way back when. Mark Napolitano, the one of the pioneers of the online space. He's awesome. Definitely a big fan of Mark and his wife Tina. They just moved into Vegas not too long ago. Been meaning to go grab some dinner with those two. Just real great guys, real great people. So, Mr. Poker Pages. Sometimes I think he even watches the stream. If you're here, man, big fist bump to you. Yeah, I'm always your fan, man. You know that. Okay, Handsome Max making a raise. I think that we're gonna go ahead and make a call here with an Ace-10 suited. This is the kind of hand where we could stack a dude. Handsome Max also made that final table with us last night. So well done, Handsome Max. Let's do it again tonight. The 757 boss saying, what's good, Dutch? Good to be here again. Saw you made a bunch of caches last weekend. Take down the tourney, bro. Yeah, they were the wrong kind of caches, those 757 boss. 6ths and 6ths and 6ths and 5ths. I never thought we were going to be heads up for all the marbles again. But it happened last night. It happened last night. So, sad barnacle given that that birthday problem, a Wikipedia link. Nightbot doesn't love the links, but yeah, that's the one right there. 3 people in a room. One of them has the same birthday. Okay, so it's not 3 people. What is it? 11 people? 12 people? Surprisingly small. Yeah, 50% probability was set with 23 people. 23 people in a room, 50% of the time. One of them has the same birthday. This birthday problem is the same reason why every single year we get a double bracelet winner. This birthday problem is why. Not only does it, if someone's playing a bracelet, are they, if someone wins a bracelet, are they probably playing pretty good that summer? So their odds are a little bit up. But once you start, getting towards the end of the summer, and you got 30 people who can take a shot, and then 31 people who can take a shot, and 32 people who can take a shot, this is the same reason why if someone ever offers you the bet that there won't be a double bracelet winner in the summer because the fields are just too big, you should pretty much always take that bet. There always is, and it's not just like, what? Why is this happening? Oh, it's because the same 5 guys make that. No, it doesn't have anything to do with the skill level of the game. It has everything to do with this, the birthday problem. Lucky Jeff 1977 says, what do you think of the new YouTube gaming that started yesterday? Do you think it may take away a little viewership from Twitch or create some competition between Twitch and YouTube streamers? Lucky Jeff, I think it's good. I think it's a great thing. I would actually be streaming on YouTube gaming as well. If unfortunately it's against our partnership agreement, so we can only export old videos to our YouTube channel, which we do. And I might even be I might even ask Scott Ball if I can just stream to both at the same time, because I definitely, I know that a lot of the viewers we have here on Twitch have come from YouTube, from all the exports that we do on YouTube. So I'm definitely a fan of it. Anything that increases attention to the live streaming space is good for me, and I hope that YouTube takes off. Really do. It's always good to have other options. Huffy67 saying, "Ha, Dutch, you're down 21 points to me in OFC at the moment." Lies. Don't believe a word Huffy67 says, you guys. Huffy67 is a liar. I'm beating him by at least 200 points. Maybe not. Maybe Huffy67 has me down 21 points, but he's the only one. Bony Fish saying, "How about 9,500 follower hype? Are we there? Did we get 9,500? I mean, we're pretty close, right? Can we get there tonight? We're at 9,427 right now. Needing 73 more people to get up to that 9,500 mark. Gosh, you know what would be awesome? I would love it. I would love it if we could get up to 10,000 follows by the time Michelle gets back, by the time X and Y rejoins us on the stream. It's not going to happen though unless a couple of you guys who aren't clicking on that follow button click on it. It'd be really awesome if you would, man. Vandervile, it's good to see you, man. Good to see you. Ah, man. Nacho the Bandit saying suited aces. It's a weird way of saying it. I suppose so. I suppose so. I'm not. I guess the way that I said it does sound like I'm saying like pocket aces that are share a suit, which doesn't make any sense. No, I'm talking about like the ace 3 suiteds and the ace 7 suiteds and the ace 9 suiteds, where we can get that nut flush against a queen high flush or a king high flush and get the whole stack. The whole stack. I mean, it's kind of getting to the point now where that's not as important, you know, because the effective stacks are dropping pretty quick in comparison to the big blind. They're still pretty. We're still looking pretty deep. Value town. Let's make a raise here. We're going to. It's a position raise. Of course, it's a position raise. Value town. Let's see how it goes. We hit. We hit. 8-4 suited. We hit it. River King 123 asking whatever happened to Poker Pages. I'm pretty sure that they sold it. They sold it, and then for a while they were doing Bugsy's Club. I think they sold that too. So we just wrecked the flop. Now we're ahead of like the ace tens and the ace jacks. We're ahead of the. Well, that's about it. So now we've got Value Town firing out, and yeah, what do we do here? It could easily be some sort of weird, crazy line he's taking. There's a lot of combinations we can put him on that maybe we're ahead. Yeah, let me put up info again. Sorry about that, Spoderman. I don't know why I keep on switching it over. Oh, yeah, because we were chatting with Mr. Poker Pages. Wow, Bonyfish, that's pretty crazy. 3 brothers and sisters with the same birthday. You know, my mom and her sister were 2 years to the day apart, and they were a lot alike. They looked alike. They talked alike. And they hated each other. They were so alike. I mean, like, it was kind of scary when I talked to my Aunt Cindy on the phone. It sounded exactly like my mom. When I'd be in the same room, I just kind of have to look at her because she looked exactly like my mom. She acted and talked exactly like my mom. It was freaky. It still is. It's freaky. So Interrupt Zero saying YouTube gaming looks really disorganized. I'll tell you what, though. I mean, competition is good. It's always going to be good. It's going to make both sides stronger. They have some things going for them. I mean, one of the things that I'm pretty impressed with is the ability to just rewind right there. You know, you miss something, you just rewind. That's pretty awesome. What else? I think that their video quality might be a little bit better. You know, might be a little bit better. Hit him with the A's says, did you start getting decent money right when you started playing poker, or did you have a rough start and lose some money? Because I know I'm getting better every day, but I'm down $2,000 in 3 months. Hit him with the A's. I would say that I was winning right from the get-go because I started with free rolls, so I never really put myself in a spot where I was losing, and I've always been a little bit more risk-averse than maybe I should be. And that's doubly true now. I mean, now that I actually have to, now my like best alternative to going broke is pretty piss poor. So I'm a lot more risk averse these days with the roll. Having having a family to support, a little dog, a girlfriend. Jimbro says, "Do you travel your whole crew?" We used to. We used to travel together. Anyway, hitting with Ye's. There's being down $2,000 in 3 months. I mean, that can easily happen, but it doesn't have to happen. You can play smaller and make sure that you are crushing a certain limit before you gradually build your roll up. One thing that I say a lot is it's really important never to get comfortable losing. It's important to feel pain when you lose, and to do that you have to play a certain level. But at the same time, it's better just to win. And if you can't beat like the dollar and the $3 tournaments, you're not going to be able to beat the 10 and the 30s. And if you can't beat the 10 and the 30s, you're not going to be able to beat the hundreds and the 200s. And if you can't beat those, then you're not going to be winning bracelets. That's just the way it is. So maybe step down a little bit. I feel like $2,000 is a little bit too much to lose. I feel like it is. I think that's kind of an expensive hobby. But poker doesn't need to be an expensive hobby. Poker can be a money-making endeavor. It can be a profitable, productive thing. Fortunately, the way that it's set up, it can't be that way for everybody. It has to be that. It can only be that way for a minority of people. But there's always going to be a limit that's low enough that you're going to be able to beat, even if it's all the way down to where you're just playing free rolls. So I wish you the best of luck, man. Okay, a 6, 7, 8. We kind of hit it. That's pretty good for us, right? That's a good flop for us. King 9 of diamonds. We've got the backdoor flush draw. We've got the open-ended straight draw, and we've got the overcards. If Lawson comes pretty aggro at us here, we have to be a little worried that we're up against a set, but or an overpair. But worst case scenarios, we're probably looking at, I mean, at the very least 8 outs, probably more like 11 outs. The only hand that really has us crushed there is 9-10, where we're just completely screwed to runner flush, or 3 outs to scoop. Ming the Merciless in the stream. Great to see you, man. Double fist bump to you. How's that grind? Ming the Merciless asks. It's going pretty good so far, man. Going pretty good so far. So we took that second place last night in this very same tournament. We're going to try it again. Got knocked out of the $10 rebuy and add-on off camera. You guys didn't see how that happened, and I'm kind of glad you didn't, because I think that there would be some some raised eyebrows for sure. Let's go ahead and make the call here against Im Lawson. I just don't really think that Im Lawson has one of those big pocket pairs, and I think that 4-1 we can kind of count on a C bet from her most of the time, and if we hit a king or a 2, I think that it's probably going to be good. So yeah, we'll make the fold. We'll make the fold. In other circumstances, we might even do a little check raise action there, but not that one. Not that time. Eight out of 49, you guys. I'm feeling okay about it. Mr. Poker Pages, we will get out of your way with our King Deuce suited. We'll fold our Jack 2 of hearts. Blurred 11 saying, Dutch, you're not going to bust out an astrology chart, right? No. Can't say that I would ever do that. Handsome Max. We'll make the fold. And again, we're going to be playing pretty tight for another 14 minutes. I just don't really think we can put a lot of pressure on some of these stacks until the rebuy period is over. Until their hand can really be an out-the-door kind of thing. J.E. Cole 72 says, I had an uncle that acted like my mom, sounded and dressed just like her. Oh, man. Scrimpology. 2 days before his dad's birthday. He was born 2 days before his dad's birthday. How is that even possible? How is that even possible, Scrimpology? My mother and sister are born in the same month, but not as close to date. The Idol 31 saying, on a 1 to 10 scale, how much better has the skill level as a whole gotten since 2003? That's a good question, the Idol 31. I would say, I mean, it's kind of hard for me to really peg it. I felt like I was so good back in 2003. 12 years later, I look at the game and you know, I mean, now I have 3 bracelets, but I still feel like I'm getting better all the time. I've lost a lot of the confidence that I had back then. I don't know that that has much to do with the game changing as much as it has to do with me getting better at the game and realizing how much deeper it goes. On a 1 to 10 scale, how much better has the skill level as a whole gotten since 2003? I think that average skill level back in 03 was probably about between 1 and 10 was probably about a 3. And now I think average we're probably looking at about a 5.5. I think where you see like the skill level really getting better is the top tier players. I think that, you know, the top tier players back in 03 were probably at about a 6.5. And I think that now they're looking at about an 8. Top tier players. There's still just I think that that's about as far as it gets. I think there's so much more. How would I rate myself on that scale right now? 7.5. I think that I've got a lot of room to grow as a player, and I think that there's a lot of players who are better than me. I'd probably put myself right now, if I were going to rank myself on like a scale of like the best player in the world all the way to the worst, 50 million players, you know, I'd probably put myself and maybe like, you know, maybe 200,000 that actually take it seriously enough to actually come down to the World Series every year and play an event. Probably put myself at about 300. About 300. I think there's probably about 299 guys who are and girls who are better than me at this game. But I think that if you look at the very best player out there, he's still only about an 8.5. I think that there's still a lot of room for him to get better and for me to get better. DYDX Dota saying, does WSOP have free rolls for those living outside of Nevada? I'm not really sure. DYDX Dota. I am pretty sure that there are other places that do, like Ace Play Poker, for example, the Stratosphere site. I'm pretty sure you can find some free rolls there. I'm not sure about WSOP.com. It wouldn't hurt to just load up the site and see. Probably not. They have free rolls every day though, but I think that they might just be for players in Nevada, in Delaware, in New Jersey. Future Governor saying, I forgot who was talking about this on Twitter, but what do you think of players using push-fold charts in the middle of hands in a live tournament? Should that be allowed? Future Governor, I mean, sure. Make it, let him. One of the funniest things that happened in the World Series in the last 2 years for me was, and yeah, let's go ahead and make a call here with our 7-9 offsuit against Fade to Black. I like 9-7 offsuit. Not really the best flaw for it. It's not hopeless. An 8 wins it for us, but we're probably not going to be able to see a turn making the fold. One of my favorite things was there was this player, and he was wearing a Raiders jersey. He had sunglasses on and a hat, and he looked the part. Let me do a little impression. He looked the part. He looked like a pro. He's sitting there, got his jersey on. Looks like he's paying a lot of attention. And everything would fold to him. And he would look down at his cards. And then he would take out this crumbled piece of paper. And fold. And he did this over and over, orbit after orbit. And fold. Until finally goes raise, re-raise. He looks. All in. It goes call. And he very strongly turns over pocket tens. It was awesome. It was really great. It was one of the funniest things I've seen. I mean, I couldn't help but just like, I wasn't laughing at him. I was just laughing at the absurdity of it. Here he is at the World Series of Poker. And of course, pocket tens is no good there. The other guys kind of had a cooler with the aces and the kings, but there it goes, out the door, back to LA with his WSOP adventure. I don't really think that there's a problem with letting people use cheat sheets at the table. I mean, I think I do think that there's a problem with using electronic devices at the table, to calculate odds or whatnot. But if you have a little piece of paper saying, we think that this is the GTO unexploitable push-shove chart, that even if someone knows that that's how you're playing, they can't really exploit it. Thus, we call it GTO. Okay, go ahead. I'll tell you something about those GTO charts is you look down at your hand, you look at the chart, you make the shove, and then you're trying to be a robot. The GTO only works when you don't leak any information, and live that's impossible. It's impossible. So, yeah, go ahead. Have a little piece of paper tell you what to do. And fool yourself into thinking that you're unexploitable because you're playing GTO style. Forget the fact that you're playing a live tournament that people can see the difference between you shoving with pocket tens and you shoving with pocket aces. Anyway. Good question. Rob Limke, good to see you in the stream. Talking about Little Hold'em. Sad week for young online poker pros. Anyway, future governor, good question about it. Richie Gree once played a free roll with 10,000 people on full tilt, finishing 56th and winning $1. Man, that is an impressive ROI though, an infinite ROI. Anaconda saying the same thing. At Richie Gray, infinite EV. Well, not an infinite EV, but an infinite ROI. Yeah, I think that's funny. Science has conclusively proven a link between belief in astrology and gullibility. Sorcerer, it didn't happen, Angoth. Big Mama Jones, lots of bony fish at the table. Yes, there are. Yes, there are. Doesn't mean that they're all bad players. I mean, actually, I feel like WSOP plays pretty strong. Does it? Sure. Sure. Jip79, good to see you, man. Good to see you in the stream. We got Zappa Shock saying, "Come on, man, you are 7.75 easy." Thank you very much for the compliment, my friend. Poker Noob 84 saying, "I found that since I've been watching you play, my game has improved, and even I'm more confident with my play, where I may fold a hand pre-flop that could have won on the river. My read on my other players and odds of hitting my out is improving every day." That's great, Poker Noob. I'm really happy to hear it. I really am. I do think that it's important not to get too confident in this game. It's easy to think that you've got it all figured out. So you always just try to keep on learning, keep on winning every day. Savage Medic 1, just watched your all-in against Norton. Gutsy man, almost got him to fold. I know, I thought that he was going to fold. I thought he was going to fold. Fade to Black, coming in with a 2.5x. M Lawson making the call. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and pot this. Of course we're going to pot this. We're right before the rebuy and add-on period. And we're probably going to get everyone to fold. Everybody folds, which is just fine. We'll pick it up. It was actually a pretty big pot. Sometimes what happens if we make that pot bet and Fade to Black looks down at his stack and realizes that, oh, you know what? Worst case scenario is I just pay another $60 and I have more than I have right now. Sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens with M. Lawson. Sometimes that happens with Value Town, where they look back and say, you know, this is kind of a free shot. ZASDF Unreal, I would never make fun of you. I would never make fun of you. What did I say? 60 Days says, so being from California, I can't play for money on wsop.com, or is it that I shouldn't play for money on It's that you can't, 60 Days. You can't play for money on wsop.com. wsop.com unless you are in Nevada, in Delaware, or in New Jersey. So Handsome Max coming in with 520, and yeah, you bet we'll make that raise against a Handsome Max. Doing a little 2.5x. Handsome Max makes the call. Not really the flop we're looking for, you guys. Not the flop we're looking for. But maybe it's good enough. Go ahead and make that 1,200 bet. We get through Handsome Max. Ace King of Diamonds probably ahead. Even when it's not, we can get a lot of better hands to fold. Awful Waffle saying, what if you told people you were looking at a sheet, but the sheet was blank? Reverse psychology, unless they thought you were looking at nothing, but you really were. So you could pull out your little sheet, and you could say, I'm holding in my hand the game theory optimal push shove charts, which means that you can call if you want, but if you call, you're not getting the best of it. And they buy it. They buy it. Pocket tens. Pocket tens. What do we do? All in. We ship all in 2.5x. So Bony Fish, you know, I actually have in the past Fade to Black making that shove. Yeah, we'll go ahead and make the call here. You got it. Ace 5. Looks good so far. Looking good. Can we hold? Can it hold? No. The Ace 5 gets there. Fade to Black. Nice hand. So guys, that's going to do it for our rebuy period and add-on. Would have been nice to be going into this second stage of the tournament with that stack. 31,000 instead of 19,000. But you know what? We have a pretty nice stack in front of us. It's going to be okay. We're going to get our add-on in, and then we're going to go on break. Don't go anywhere. If you haven't yet clicked on that follow button, just click on that follow button. It's awesome. It's awesome. And yeah, I want to say thanks again to all of our all the supporters of the stream. All of you donators are awesome. All of you subscribers are awesome. And you subscribers, make sure that you check your Twitch message box, because all of our subscribers should have already gotten the download link for that ebook that we give as a sub perk. So yeah, you guys are the best. We'll be right back. 18,923 coming back in the top third. Man, I sure would have liked to put the herd on Fade to Black there, a little $60 herd on him. That would have been just fine by us, man. Okay, we'll be right back. And we are back, you guys. We are back Feeling pretty good about this tournament. 18,618. The real tournament starts. 22 out of 64, you guys. I like it. We got Moser. Open limping. God, I hate that open limp. We're going to go ahead and make the bony fish mark right there. And we are going to pot it. We're going to pot it. Making the raise. So Moser decides to call. It's not that great of a flop for us, really. So he makes the call, and we're probably looking at like a weak ace, like an ace-6, ace-5 type hand. Yeah. Okay, we're going to 680 plus 560. We can just make a call, I guess, on the button. We don't really need to try to inflate the pot against Moser. I mean, Moser's going to call us, so let's just invite Skelly Factor and Rick J to come along for the ride. They all fold. We have middle pair. Pretty scary board. Let's see if we can't just claim the equity here. Yeah, we get through. Ha! Look at Poker Stud 5. Poker Stud 5 saying, I finished your book yesterday, talking about Poker Tilt. And I like to think I'm an unbiased guy, though I do have a tendency to agree with you because you're my guy. But truly a masterpiece, my man. Wow. Like, that's some pretty high praise right there, Poker Stud 5. He says, some people write a book and try to do too much, but you got it exactly right. Just told your story, and it was the most enjoyable read I have experienced in some time. Thanks, Dutch. Poker Stud 5, man. Really appreciate you giving it the read. Thank you so much, dude. I really appreciate it, and I'm so glad that you liked it. And you know, it's DRM free for a reason when I send it to you guys. If you feel like you have any friends or you know, anybody that you want to pass it on to, Poker Stud, I mean, feel free. You know, make copies all you want to your heart's content. Really appreciate you giving it the time of day and actually finishing that book, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, and thanks for the compliment. So, yeah, the high praise, man. Truly a masterpiece. Wow. Wow. It's gotten some pretty good reviews. For the most part, people have liked the book. Austin from Boston in the stream. Great to see you. And no tilt here, giving it the agree. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. Oh, man. Yeah, guys, all of you subs, if you haven't gotten the book yet, check your Twitch message box. Sometimes it's going to be in the other box, too, you know, because Exmoa is usually the one who sends it over. And if you're not following Exmoa, a lot of times it just ends up in the, other box. Okay, King Deuce suited. What do we think? I think it's good enough, you guys. Good enough. Making the raise, waiting for it to get down to that trailing digit of a 3. Can we get through everybody? Skelly Factor says, not I. Rick J, not I. Chaos Theory, how about you, Moser? Probably making a call. Of course, Moser makes the call. The loose passiveness of Moser shining through. Ace-6-3. It's not a horrible flop for us, you guys. It's really not. Moser coming in with a donk lead. And, you know, I feel like we can probably get... I just feel like we can get him off of it. Loose passive. Can we get loose passive off of... Jesus. Well, maybe not. And usually that donk lead means a weak ace or like some sort of middling pocket pair. Here he is firing at another half-pot bet. So, yeah, Moser, the bony fish. We're supposed to be dining on bony fish tonight, you guys. Instead, the chips are going to Moser. And JipJip79, sorry to hear that, man. He says, starting next Tuesday, I will be unemployed. Con, no income. Pro, no curfew, and can watch Dutch's stream later than usual. You know, JipJip, if you do get a job and you can't watch the stream, you can always watch the past streams on either here on Twitch if you're a sub, or on YouTube, where we export them all onto my channel. So don't let the stream interfere with you getting a job, man. Sorry to hear it, man. He says, my company is dissolving my department and shelving the product I work with. Well, I hope that you bounce back okay, man. He says, well, hopefully that employment thing is only for a short period. I hope so, man. We'll make the fold. Bony Fish, I don't remember what I was going to say about newcomers exposing cards in the river for dealers to judge the winner. I'm still feeling just kind of deflated about how this tournament's going. I feel like we should be much stronger than we are right now. A big part of poker, guys, a big part of tournament success is looking down at a 40 big blind stack and not feeling short. But as we look down at this 40 big blind stack, I feel short. I feel like how did we get so short? I'm making the call with an 8 high, trying to defend against that bullish raise. And KDP Nut, got your message back. Good to see you in the stream tonight, man. Making the fold. Chaos Theory, you can have this one. We're not going to try to push you off of your ace jack. So Encore V2, if you live in Oklahoma, you know, I mean, there are some live rooms you can visit. You know, I think it's Choctaw has some pretty good stuff going on regularly. Gosh, Moser. This guy. We are gonna like take over the poker world. Lazy Sloth, welcome to the crew, man. Just subscribed. Lazy Sloth. Lazy. Lazy Sloth. Good to see you, man. Yeah, so that 9-6, I guess that would have been okay. Moser losing a pretty big pot to Serge Wobb. I think Serge Wobb waited to get that on the river, and Moser just doesn't let anything go. Lazy Sloth, thanks so much for clicking on that sub button. Really appreciate it, man. We're going to go ahead and send over that DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, is my way of saying thank you to you for clicking on the sub button. And that's awesome. Thank you so much, man. Okay, ace-6 of spades, baldy 63, coming in with a min raise. Yeah, I feel like we can go ahead and make a little 3-bet here. 2.5x, ace-6 of spades, probably good enough. Probably beating what baldy 63 is coming in with. So let's give this a shot. Let's see if we can't isolate. Sometimes we just take it down. You know, sometimes we're able to just pick up the 900, that 1050. 1275 without even seeing a flop. When we have to see a flop, we're seizing the pre-flop initiative. We're seizing the seizing the day. We did make that 1500, right? So we will continue with a C bet of 1500. See if we can just take it. Instead, Baldy decides to make a little check raise here to 2587. Doesn't really have enough to get the fold out of him. This is going to be one of the spots where we just have to make the fold and just be sick about it. Probably, guys, we were probably ahead pre-flop. We were probably looking at Baldy sitting here with like a Jack 10 or a Queen 10 or something. Chivas USA says, would you ever participate in the running the bulls in Spain? It'd have to be a pretty big prop bet, man. The stack gets a little bit smaller, guys. 31 big blinds now. 31 big blinds. So Copaesthetic saying, FYI, I own a pair of Blue Shark optics and I don't play live without them. I really like my Blue Shark optics. I think that I've had some pretty good success with sunglasses at the table. I think that you leak a lot of information, but even more than that is players don't leak as much information if they know that you're just studying them all the time. So popping on the sunglasses allows you to get away with really just clocking a player and studying a player without them feeling like they have to shrink up, you know. And look at that, we have Kraken Aces. Kraken Aces 1, welcome to the crew, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to you, and thank you so much to all of our other session subscribers, guys. You guys are awesome. Kraken Aces. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure that after the stream, I go ahead and send you a DRM-free digital version of my book Poker Tilt for your Kindle, your Nook, your iPad, your desktop reader, your smartphone, however you're reading ebooks these days. If you don't have a tablet, I think the best way to read ebooks is through an app on Windows called Comic Rack. It's pretty good. Very good way to read ebooks. Very good way to read like comic books and whatnot. Hey, and Kraken Aces, thank you so much, man. You're awesome. I want to say a big thank you to all the new members of the crew who clicked on that sub button and are supporting the stream today. Who we got here? We have Kraken Aces, we got Lazy Sloth, Hexadecimal, Gatorbait, Never Ever Official. You guys are so awesome. Thank you so much. Guys, there's more than one way to support the stream. If you're liking the stream, hanging out, chilling out with us as we try to take down a tournament here, how about clicking on that follow button? It doesn't cost you a thing. It's that little heart icon right underneath the video, and yeah, it really helps us out. You know, when they're ranking like the top poker Twitch channels, that's pretty much what they look at. So it helps us out. It helps us grow. Twitch is kind of a weird thing, you know. I wrote about this in that article that I talked about on All In Magazine, where what a beautiful flop this is, you guys. How beautiful of a flop is this, where we get to actually flop our pair with an 8 and hit a flush draw. Moser again firing out a donk lead. And we will go ahead and make a raise here. Not afraid. Not afraid to get it all in right now, Moser. Calling any. This might be a very short stream, you guys. Instead, Moser gets out of the way. Coffin Angel saying, Dutch, I've won the most expensive tournament in the wsop free app twice in a row now. In your opinion, how reflective is this of how well I do trying a real-life tournament? Well, Coffin Angel, I would say it's a start. You know, I mean, if you're beating the level that you're playing at, which right now is the free level, then that's a good sign that you could beat the next level and the next level after that. I think you know, you definitely don't want to fall into the Peter principle when it comes to poker. You don't want to be the guy who you know, gets up to the level that he can't beat and stays at that level. You want to be always playing the level that you can beat. Trey, where are you finding that ROI? I'm kind of interested to see that. Okay, we'll fire out 700. And we got Cloud Sat. Think about how you feel and think about how you should feel and do what you should do. I'm not a poker player, chess instead, but sometimes you just get mentally drained and want to force something to work or try to complicate it, when in reality, almost always the best thing you can do is make the best move. Sounds like some sage wisdom right there, Cloud Sat. So we'll fire out a half pot size bet into Rick J, trying to make the best move here. And what can we get him off? I think that we get him off of an ace-10. I think that we get him off of king jacks and jack tens and 10-9s and 8-7s. So we actually hit a flush draw now. We're probably going to need some help, you guys. Maybe Rick J decides to let go of an ace-10. Yeah. Good. Whew. Good. Making the fold here with 7-5 suited. Boba Fetta Cheese in the stream. Good to see you, man. One of my favorite usernames. So yeah, guys. I mean, we are just always trying to make the best play and the best move for sure. But you know, winning tournament poker isn't about just waiting for the hands to come along. You know, we say this all the time: spots, not hands. You really do have to force it. You do have to force it. You have to look at the table and you have to force the spots, and you have to see, you know, can I take this spot? Is this the spot I'm looking for? And if it is, you have to take it. You know, it's so important to take the spots when they're offered to you, because, you know, especially online when the blinds go up pretty quick, the structure is quite a bit faster than you'll see in like a World Series of Poker event, unless it's an online event, in which case the structure is quite a bit better in a $30 rebuy than a 1K bracelet event. But yeah, look, a big part of winning tournament poker is, in fact, forcing it. You can't just wait for it to come to you. You're not going to be dealt a bracelet. It's just not going to happen. You're going to have to pick your spots, see weakness and attack it. See a guy who isn't really willing to go the whole way and push it. You know, because most of the time in these no limit hold'em tournaments, you don't see showdowns most of the time. So, yeah. If it feels like we're trying to force the action, it's because we are. We are trying to force the action. That's how you have to do it. And then sometimes you do get aces. Sometimes you do get kings. And sometimes you do get queens or ace-king. And you get to you get to force it with that hand too. You know, and hope that they look you up. And Dr. EAX saying, how that app that Dutch said was called? No idea what you're asking. Don't know what you're asking there, man. How that app that Dutch said was called. I love you, man. Thank you very much for being here in the stream. If, oh, Comic Rack. That's what it's called, Comic Rack. I was wondering what you were talking about. Comic Rack. Check it out. It's a great way to, it's a great way to read ebooks online. And Trey Trey222, playerscope.com. Yeah, it doesn't count the rebuys and add-ons. So what is my real ROI? Probably not 218, right? That's pretty good ROI. 218% ROI is pretty sick. Pretty sick. But yeah, if it doesn't count rebuy and add-ons, then it's definitely worse than that. Like way worse. Way worse. Like we're probably looking at like 60-70% ROI maybe. And one base play, I don't know quite what you're saying. There's a list that gets cramped. There's a list that gets cramped, you know. I'm just saying. I don't know what you're saying. One base play. I know you're saying something. I'm not saying you don't know what you're talking about, but I don't know what you're talking about. Mof Keys 87 saying, is it strange that I can't win tourneys on 250 but can win on 10? I think that you're probably just running into a sample size issue, Mofkeys 87. The 250 level is going to be easier to win than the $10 level, no question about it. No question about it. So Miggy24 getting it all in there with the Ace-King suited versus Pocket Jacks, and Chaos Theory flipping that coin, and on the right side of it, looking pretty good on that flop. Making the fold, making the fold. Maytag saying, is Dutch up in winnings for 2015? I'm up on wsop.com. On the summer wasn't really an up summer. We had 5 cashes at the World Series. Not enough. Good in the money percentage, not a good slugging percentage. Not enough to dig us out of the buy-in hole after 25 events, probably. And Garrett Coe, how many copies of your poker tilt poker tilt have you sold? Garrett Coe asks. 17. No, I don't know the number, Garrett Coe. I wouldn't say. One thing that I found is that writing a poker book is not going to make anybody rich, but it's still. I feel like it was a positive thing to do. And there's a little trickle. You know, every day I wake up and it's like, oh, 2-3 sales a day. Oh wow, good day. We had 11 sales. I think that was probably like our best day ever. 11 sales. That was last year during this series when I won the bracelet, number 3. Okay, Sir Dwab coming in with an 826, and it's not enough to make us want to fold this. I do think that a 10 or a 6 is probably going to take the pot down. Sir Dwab. Can we represent a queen, Sir Dwab? Is this something that we could do? Can we represent a queen? How would we represent it? If we decide to make a float here, I guess what we would have to do is check call and check raise the turn.
We are gonna like take over the poker room.
We got Plebus sticking with us for 2 months in a row. Thank you very much, Plebus. Really appreciate you being here and sticking with us, man. 2 months in a row, dude. Thank you so much. Great to have you here as a positive addition to the crew. It's awesome to see you here in the stream. Rick J, open limping. Baldy64, open limping. Yeah, let's try to take it here. Let's force it. And what do we think Rick J has? Ace 8 offsuit. Maybe like a 10-9 suited. Maybe like a pocket 5s type hand. Makes it so much easier to get through Baldy once we get through Rick J. And we're able to go ahead and pick up, what is that, about 18% of our stack without having to see a flop. I'll take it. Not so bad. Not so bad. Forcing the action. That time it worked. Got that Dutch slide going. And very, very cool emoticon collection there, man. John Mon 01 making a raise. I almost feel like maybe it's a 3-bet here. But I don't really see any problem with letting a small blind and a big blind come along for the ride. Do we hit? No. We don't hit. John Mon, what do you think? I mean, we're pretty much done with his hand at this point. He fires out, and we make the fold. Luca Joshua saying, hey, Dutch Boy, I've been playing on PokerStars underage. And I've turned 500 into 2,000, but I ended up telling PokerStars. And I'll play again in a few months when I'm 18. But what is the best way to pursue poker as a career? Game modes and all that? Luca Joshua, man. I can't approve of the underage playing. I will say that I was playing underage myself. You know, a lot of great poker players, pretty much all the great poker players were playing underage. So it's a little bit hypocritical for us once we're post 21 to say, don't do it. But don't do it. Don't do it. And if you are playing underage, why would you tell PokerStars? I'm surprised that they even cashed you out. You did hear about that kid, 11 years old, winning like 70,000 on PokerStars from India and not getting cashed out, right? You did hear about that. Anyway, was it PokerStars or was it Party? I can't remember. Luca, what you're going to want to do, first off, I would probably say make sure that you have a good life out. Poker might not always be there. You might find that you spend a lot of time working on your poker game, getting really good, playing and improving, and it's definitely something that you can get better at. It sounds like you're already well on your way to being you're already a positive player. It sounds like you're well on your way to being able to support yourself and maybe even a family just on your poker winnings. But poker as a career choice is not all it's cracked up to be, Luca. It really isn't. I'm going to tell you, the ceiling is quite low as far as how much money you can actually make, at least compared to other industries. I don't know any billionaire poker players. I don't know any 100-millionaire poker players. What is the ceiling for, you're looking at millions. That is the ceiling. Unless you're one of these outliers like, Helmuth, Negreanu, Ivy. That's about it. And even those guys, even those guys, the reason they were able to get into the 8-figure range has more to do with the businesses that they've been involved with outside of just playing at the table. So the one thing I would suggest to you is have good life outs. Go ahead and make sure that you finish school with something that you're going to be able to get a job if you decide that you get burnt out of poker. You might find that this bug that you feel right now and the draw that you have to the game right now isn't there if you actually try to make a career out of it. So make sure that you have a good backup plan, and then as far as like what you should focus on, if I were you, I would probably focus mainly on, you can play on PokerStars, which means you're outside the U.S., so I would mainly focus on cash games, to tell you the truth. I think that cash games have a much more stable and higher hourly rate than you can find in tournaments. However, I would probably still play tournaments and play a few tournaments over the weekend. I think, the Sunday Million on Stars and the Sunday Full Tilt ones, the big Sunday tournaments, the big field tournaments are always a fun diversion from the grind that comes with thinking in terms of expected value per hand. So it also is nice to go ahead and get kind of ready for the World Series of Poker every year, and World Series of Poker Europe if you're out there in Europe. That's really the way to capitalize on the highest level of the ceiling of a poker player, is get a couple of bracelets under your belt and parlay that into some sort of you know, some sort of poker related business endeavor. I mean, this is how you see the top poker players getting into the 8-figure range. Is they you know, parlay their success and fame at poker into, you know, sometimes operations, sometimes you know, training sites, some, you know, things like that. Otherwise, you're always just going to be grinding, and eventually you'll get to a point where you're like, you know, Johnny Moss and not being in the game anymore. You know, so make sure to have a good exit strategy and make sure to have a good backup plan, and you should be fine. So it sounds like you're well on your way. So welcome to the stream, man. I hope that you're able to do pretty well. We got a couple of other people chiming in on that. I can't PK saying, "Hey Luke, I started playing online when I was 7 after seeing my mother play. Didn't even win a sit and go until I was 11. You guys have me beat by quite a bit." And Phil Cassidy, great to see you here in the stream. Did we just see Skelly Factor crack those aces of Rick J? I think that we just did, right? Ace King offsuit. I like it. Let's go ahead and make an under the gun raise. Yeah, look at that. King Queen just getting there. Just getting there. When did that go all in? On pre-flop. Pre-flop. Nice job there, Skelly Factor. way to slide right through that, Skelly Factor. Friend of the stream right there. The Twitch run good is real, my friend. The Twitch run good is real. So we hit, and we hit in a way that I don't really feel like giving a free card. I think that we'll fire out a half pot size bet in a Surge Wob and Sweaty. Hope that one of these guys has like an ace queen or an ace jack, or maybe gets a little crazy with some sort of combo draw. Maybe Sweaty decides to try to get me off of my hand if he has like a king 10, which would be great. Mythical Mark says, Dutch, how easy do you think it'd be to win some money at 1-2 down Atlantic City? Oh, easy. Easy peasy, Mythical Mark. I don't know. I don't know, Mythical Mark. I can't say that I've played 1-2 down Atlantic City, but I got to think that it's probably about the same as Vegas. I think that it probably is close enough to the city that it has tourist and strange money, square money. Probably easier during the weekends and nights. And I would suspect that it's very beatable, probably to a point where perhaps 2 pros at every table could make a more than minimum wage earning. Making the fold there, guys. Mike BS Dr. C says, Luca, what you're going to want to do first is keep your trap shut. Yeah. Future Governor saying that's still a pretty high ceiling. Future Governor, I mean, it is a pretty high ceiling until you consider the fact that you've got hundreds of thousands, perhaps millions of poker players, 2 million, maybe 3 million trying for that ceiling. I think that if you looked at all of the coders in the world, everybody who, could sling a little bit of Ruby or Angular, what are you looking at? You're probably looking at a much higher ceiling. You get 100 millionaires and billionaires who are able to do startups and businesses. Not really the case when it comes to poker. So the very, very long tail of poker, while it might seem high, is nowhere near the very, very long tail of some of these other industries. And yeah. But I do agree. I mean, an 8-figure ceiling is still very high. Oh, Spoderman 99. What about Bilzerian's so-called poker career? What about Bilzerian? There was a pretty interesting Vice pretty interesting Vice article I just linked to you, Spoderman. He's not a poker player. He doesn't play poker. He uses poker to launder dirty money that his dad got from insider trading back in the 80s and 90s. It's an open secret in poker. Everyone already knows that. I remember watching an interview with Phil Ivey when he was asked, have you ever played with Dan Bilzerian? He's like, no. No. What do you think about Dan Bilzerian's game? Is he as good as everyone thinks he is? And Phil looked at the guy like he was telling him a joke, because I've never seen Dan Bilzerian around. He doesn't play. Dan, if he plays poker, those games are so private that it's like only him. It's like these games are so big and so private that the only people who are in it is him and his brother. His brother plays poker. His brother plays the main event every once in a while, and plays some high rollers every once in a while. He also plays some like Civ 5 with like Good to See You and stuff like that. But it's the same thing. I don't really think that, I do think his brother probably is a positive VV player, but he didn't make tens of millions of dollars playing poker. Okay, 1100. Let's give it a shot here. Well, looks all right. Crushing the flop, beating that ace queen, ace 10, ace 9, ace 8, ace 7, ace 6. Chaos Theory can easily push us off of it, though. Chaos Theory making a check raise. And I could easily see Chaos Theory sitting here with like a king 10 with like a king of hearts, just deciding to push us off of it. It's going to work to you. It's going to work for you, Chaos Theory. We're not going to put up much of a defense. Luca Joshua, the way that I'm playing wsop.com for cash is that I am in Nevada. Maybe it does a little bit of IP tracking when you go to the site. I'm not really sure. wsop.com is offered for real money for 3 states in the U.S. If you're not in Delaware, New Jersey, or Nevada, you can't play for real money on wsop.com. Good questions, though, Luca. And welcome to the stream, man. Chalk 101 saying, I'm reading this GTO book, and it's super, super interesting. Chalk 101, what's the book called? Which one is it? You guys, 37 out of 46. We're looking down. We've got 26 big blinds in front of us. We're gonna have 22 big blinds in 38 seconds. Big part of poker tournament, guys. A big part of poker tournament success is looking down at that kind of stack and not feeling desperate. Do I feel desperate? Yeah, I feel desperate. I do. Waffles 2003, every once in a while get on the strip over at Aria, Bellagio, or Caesar's Palace. Sometimes the win. Those are pretty much my 4 go-to casinos. Every once in a while I'll go play the Rose or the Horse tournament over at the Orleans. I also like playing over the Golden Nugget every once in a while when they have their big 100K tournament every month. I've heard of it, Chalk 101. Haven't read it. Heard good things about it. The Janda? Is that the guy who wrote that book? Oh, guys. Jack 10 off. Can we get through? Maybe. Is it worth it? No, not with this one. Not with this stack. I mean, now what we have to do is we kind of have to play on our belly for an orbit or two. Let our stack either dwindle or wait for a hand to where we figure to actually be the best. and make a normal raise. But with this kind of stack, what we're kind of doing is, this is kind of an awkward stack to play. We pretty much just kind of fold a big blind, fold a small blind, fold an orbit, fold another big blind and small blind, get to the point where a 3-bet shove feels about right. Then we hope that, then we kind of pay attention to some of these guys right here and see if any of their VPIP is a little bit higher than 25%. And we have to kind of guesstimate it because we don't have that HUD option here in Vegas. Probably looking at like a John Mon or a Chaos Theory that we're going to be going over the top of. Pushing for somewhere around 15, 16, 17 big blinds, and that's pretty much how we play it. It's pretty much how we play it, and if we don't get those spots and we wait for our stack to get around 10, 9, 8, and we're just open shipping. We can turn around a small stack and a dime, we see it all the time, but not really liking how this tournament is going, to tell you the truth, guys. And this is probably going to be it for us. I don't really feel like I don't really feel like prolonging it. I was right in the middle of a couple of JavaScript projects before I started the stream tonight, working on some Twitch API stuff, so I'm probably going to get back to that if this tournament goes south. Rick J open limping. Gosh, oh my gosh, look at how pretty this looks. 20 big blinds in front of us. We got Baldy 6-3 making a limp. And look at his stack here, you guys. So he has less than 10 bigs. I don't think that we get through here. If Baldy had like 14,000 in front of him, then I'm probably gonna make a raise here. But the fact that Baldy doesn't have enough where I think that we can get through him, I think that he makes the call if we shove. Because if we do, he's looking at getting almost 2 to 1, 1.5 to 1. So we're gonna just take a free flop here and see what happens. Hope to spark some magic here. Making the check to Rick J, who I'm gonna guess wins this pot by just firing out. No, he makes a check. Baldy 6-3 makes a check behind. That is not a good turn card for us. If I was just about to say, Baldy 6-3 is probably looking at a weak ace here, or like a 10-jack, or a queen 10, or a queen jack, and Rick J probably has like a small pocket pair. If the ace didn't hit the turn, I like our hand. Rick J firing out. Wow. So we have 6, 10 outs probably is what we're probably looking at, you guys. We're probably actually looking at 10 outs here. Big Dog 2000 saying, let me tell you, I'm one of those startup programmers that I'm looking to exit with 8 figures. I also play poker as a second revenue stream. The grass is not always greener on the other side. For instance, tomorrow I'm going to have to go to the board to defend my position as the CEO wants to get me sacked because he is failing at his job and is looking for a scapegoat. This is a close friend I formed the company with 4 years ago. Gosh, Big Dog. That's pretty brutal. Is this the spot we're looking for? Rebel 702 making an open limp under the gun. And we got Johnny Mon making a raise, which could easily be like a just an isolation. A lot of times I think maybe a shove is the right move there, but it just feels like we've got too much to shove. 20 big blinds. Kind of feel like we're going to get another full 2 orbits before we really feel like this is the move. John Mon, maybe we get through though. Maybe we get through. It might have been the move there. That might have been the spot. So, King Jack off. What do we think? What do we think? What do we do with 20 big blinds? I mean, if everyone folds to us, we're not just folding. We're not open folding. It's too good. Sweaty 40 or Katana coming in with a raise. Yeah, this is going to be the spot, I think. This will be the spot. I mean, it's a decent enough hand, but more than that, it looks like a decent spot. I think we probably get through the blinds here. And Sweaty 40 looking down at another 10,000 to call. I think that we get through. And If we get through Sweaty 40, I think that we probably get through Katana too, and we're able to pick up 4,000, all about 30-something% of our stack without even seeing a flop. When we do get called, then sometimes we're up against a weak ace, sometimes we're up against smaller pocket pairs, sometimes, hell, sometimes we're ahead. Sometimes we get called with like a queen jack suited who's convinced that we're making the shove with fives. And we get through, so increasing our stack back up to 25 bigs, 26 big blinds. So Chaos Theory making that 2x raise under the gun will make the fold. Queen 7 off. Yeah, I don't think that we can get through Chaos Theory. It's tempting, though. It's a tempting spot. Oh, man. Katana with that open limp. Katana, man. Gosh, why do you make me feel like just coming at you? That might have been the spot there, too. Serge Wab decides to take it. Serge Wab decides to take it. Microsoft recommending the upgrade to Windows 10. I'll think about it. Microsoft, I'll give it a good think. I hear it's pretty decent. So, great hand here. Is it a good spot? John Mon and Chaos Theory. Wow. So Katana makes a min raise, and I'll tell you, I have a little note on Katana. I have a pretty good idea of what that min raise means, and I have a pretty good idea of what Katana does if we make a 3-bet. So instead of making the 3-bet, we're going to make the call. That fits into what I kind of put Katana on. Okay, not a great flop for us. We'll see what Katana does. Makes the shove, not a shove. Makes a continuation bet, and we'll fold. We will fold. Greek Hero 12 saying, "Hey Dutch, until you start the stream, I've seen your YouTube videos where you played for the online bracelet. That was a pretty fun one, Greek Hero. That was probably my favorite tournament of the summer." Pickleman saying, "You should stream your code development for sure." Yeah. ZASDF Unreal saying, "You can stream the JavaScript project under the game development category, Dutch." I'll tell you guys, I'd be kind of embarrassed to stream it. I'm not a very good developer. Maybe though. Maybe. Well, you know, we say it all the time, spots not hands, spots not hands. Then we look down at a hand like ace king offsuit and feel like this is the hand, you know. And it is. I mean, there's enough in here for us to just go ahead and pick up. And when we get called, we'll probably get called from Surge Wob. When we get called, a lot of times he calls us with worse. Wow. So he makes the fold. Katana probably makes the fold as well, and we're going to be able to pick up a 4,000 pot, get back up to 18,000 without having to fade a flop. Is ace king offsuit strong enough where maybe we just slow play, make the call, and hope to hit an ace or a king where we can double through? Maybe that's not a bad way to play it, but I think I've always kind of been under the impression that it's far better to chip away than double through in tournaments. It's just better to chip up than double up. Better to chip up than double up. You know, when you put yourself in these stupid spots where you make the call, I mean, most of the time ace king is going to whiff it, and then what? Katana checks, we check, Surge Wob C bets, then we're just sitting here holding ace high and saying, yeah, I'm gonna go with it, or oh, I missed, I fold. So by making the shove, you're very rarely dominated there. Even when they have pocket kings, you're not looking so bad. 2-1. Aces is looking pretty bad, you know, but you've got the blockers, so when you get called there, a lot of times they call you with weaker. A lot of times Surge Wob will make the call with ace queen. Might as well just go ahead and get it in there. But again, I mean, like we say it all the time, spots not hands, and when we make that shove with ace king because we have ace king, a lot of times it feels like we're just being directed by the hands that are dealt, which isn't always what we're trying to do. Luke and Joshua, I appreciate you being here, man. You got to realize that we're 5 minutes behind. So when you tell me what to do, it's too late. It's too late. I can't take your advice. And I don't know that I would take your advice, even though it sounds like you've been on a pretty good run. I've been playing this game a long time, man. A long time. But I do appreciate you being here, man. Being so enthusiastic. I do remember when I used to every night dream about poker. Every day I'd feel the urge to play, and I loved it. I still enjoy the game, Luca. You know, it's one of those things. I still wake up and I like my job. I feel like this is a fun thing to do, but it will start feeling like a job. No question about it. And Rain Clown saying Windows 10 has a new feature that allows MS to review your system and disallow any programs it sees unfit, as well as media that isn't licensed. I would guess that is a yeah, that's not going to really affect me. I paid for my Windows 8. Put these little computers together myself, and I was like, should we pirate it? No, we're just going to go ahead and pay for it. Blobo259. Good to see you, man. Says good luck today, mate. Hope you win. Thank you very much, dude. I hope I do too. I hope we win. Someone's gonna win. I hope it's me. I hope it's me. We've got Gatorbait saying, Dutch, when I hear you talking about number of big blinds, in your sense, is poker more a game of attrition over a game of winning? That's a good It's a good question, Gatorbait. I'll tell you one thing, Gatorbait, that kind of stuck out at me. Something that Howard Lederer said in one of his interviews, and I realize that he's got quite the bad rep now after the whole Full Tilt blow up, but remember that he came from the Mayfair School of Poker. I mean, he was in the game for a long time, has a few bracelets, has seen a lot of hands. And one of the things he said about poker was that in poker tournaments, the key to winning is looking around the table and figuring out who doesn't want to be there anymore. And I think that there's some truth to that. I think that is that's a really good line. A big part of poker is attrition, especially the multi-day tournaments. As you look around the table and people just hit a wall where they want to go home. And you need to make sure never to hit that wall. You get down to 4 blinds and you don't give up. You look down at 7 blinds and you don't give up. So much of poker is that drive to win. That's why when you see the best players lose, they hate it. This is why when I lose, I go on monkey tilt. I hate it. And I'm not saying monkey tilt as far as time to lose the bankroll at high stakes PLO. I mean monkey tilt is in like I don't like to lose, and it obviously shows. So guys, I'm going to be right back. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Don't go anywhere. Lots of great poker action left. Okay, boys and girls, we are back. We are back. You guys are awesome. Really appreciate all of you being here. And we are looking down at 22 bigs. Okay. So King Jack of Diamonds, pretty good hand. Spots not hands, well, yeah. We're probably going to get defenses here from Chaos Theory and or John Mon. I don't really see John Mon not at least seeing a flop with us. The nice thing though is with King Jack of Diamonds, a lot of times we're actually going to be dominating his hand that he defends with. Well, this is kind of different. Rebel 702 making a raise, and what a raise! I mean, pretty much a minimum raise here. So we'll see a flop and hope something good happens. A king jack with a pocket with a king flop. That's something good. Let's go ahead and make the check here. Wait for it to get to that second trailing digit. Makes a very quick check behind. And we're making another check. We want him to fire out with pocket queens. I'm going to feel pretty stupid here, you guys, if he doesn't have pocket queens, if instead he has pocket nines. So we make the call. Six of spades. Yeah, if he has like ace queen of spades, I'm going to feel pretty lame. I'm going to feel like I just gave away this tournament. But that's not what I think he's got. Ace king, and wow. Jeez, Rebel 702. How do you not stack me there? I feel like okay, Rebel. Nice hand, sir. Well played. Yeah, I mean we're calling off on the river there. That is a missed value bet and a half right there, Rebel 702. Why would you be so afraid that a 10,000 stack is trying to trap you, Rebel? Wow. 1001 Luck says, what if other players watch this video? What if they watch the live stream? Won't they know what I have? Just don't tell them. If you don't tell them, I won't tell them. 1001 Luck. Let's just hope that these guys aren't watching what we're doing here, because then they'll know what we have. 6-4 offsuit. Pretty decent flop for 6-4 offsuit. I don't really think that we can expect Rebel 702 to fire a c-bet for us. Let's go ahead and just see if we can't claim our equity in this one. Joshua Jackaway saying, hi Dutch, do you think I should play the poker rooms in Phoenix before I make the move to Vegas? Joshua, absolutely. Absolutely. Phoenix is one of those hot spots in poker where the games are good, the industry is great. That old casino that used to be called Gila River, I don't know what it's called now, but they had some of the best tournaments I've ever seen in terms of expected value. They would actually add on to their tournaments. I don't know if they still do, but yes, you should definitely play some in Phoenix before making the move to Vegas. Phoenix is a great place to play. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of square money there, and there's some good players coming out of Phoenix. But for the most part, those games are super beatable. Who are the best players out of Casino Arizona? Maybe Thunder Keller and his brother Sean. That's what mainly comes to mind. Is Tom Schneider out of Arizona too? I think he might be. Maybe, and I want to say maybe Brock. Okay, Queen Jack suited. We've got 15 bigs. Too much to shove. Too good to fold, so we'll make it 1700. And yeah, let's hit our hand. Let's hit that hand. That's a pretty good flop for Queen Jack suited. Of course, we are c-betting. We're always c-betting here. Big Dog 2000 says, work on any of the GTA games? That's pretty cool. I actually met, what's the guy's name? I think it's Robert Alexander, who was president of Rockstar Games. I met him over at Aria. He's a poker player. Fleishy saying, yesterday you mentioned poker trackers and poker managers. Which ones work for wsop.com Nevada? None of them work for WSOP Nevada. Unfortunately, none of them work. HUD's, the official line from WSOP Nevada, from Caesars Entertainment, is that HUDs are against Nevada revised statute. Let me see really quick. We've got the actual Nevada revised statute on our Nightbot. If I can get to it. Yeah, there it is. 465.075. As a result, they don't even allow save the hand histories locally. So Poker Tracker, Hold'em Manager can't actually work on wsop.com in Nevada. Unfortunately, I will say if you're playing on another site, or if you're playing on outside of the U.S. on like on Stars or Full Tilt, I mean having a heads-up display and having Poker Manager and Hold'em Tracker is basically just like it's a must. It's a must. It's if you aren't running some sort of HUD when you're playing poker, or at the very least, using Poker Tracker or Hold'em Manager to go over your hand histories and see where you're leaking, you're giving up a huge competitive advantage that you don't need to be giving up. You don't need to be giving up. It'd be like trying to race in NASCAR without a pit crew, So don't give up that advantage if it's there for you. Unfortunately, we are in Nevada and it's not there for us. Guys, I want to say again, haven't asked you this for at least 20 minutes. If you haven't clicked on that little heart, that little button right underneath the video, I'd really encourage you to do it. It doesn't cost you anything, really helps us out. I guess it does cost you something. Someone was saying something about it costs them. I don't know what he was even saying, because it doesn't actually cost you anything except a little bit of time just going like that. And you don't even have to get notified when we go live. You can get notified when we go live, but you don't have to. So yeah, would really appreciate it if you would, man. Thank you very much. We're trying to get up to 10,000 follows before Xmoa comes home, and right now 9471. I guess the goal tonight is get up to 9,500. We need 29 of you guys and girls to click on the follow button. That is possible. It could happen. It could happen. John Mon coming in with 2K. This is going to be a shove. This is our spot right here. A good chunk of the time we're going to get through. I feel like we have fold equity with 14 big blinds. And we have the best hand, which helps a good chunk of the time. John Mon is the one who has the highest VPIP. So let's see if we can get through. We do. We increase our stack by 20-something% without having to fade a flop. Kabali90 says, chill Dutch, you need one double up, mate. No, we don't. We don't want a double up. We want to chip up. Always better to chip up than to double through. But I do appreciate the sentiment, Kabali. We don't want to double up. We just want to chip up. Nice hand there, Serge Wab. That was a pretty good spot for you to go ahead and pick up 20%. It's going to get through me. Probably going to get through Rebel. Probably going to get through Baldy. So nice spot there, Serge Wab. Wow, it doesn't get through Rebel. Rebel gets a little bit stubborn there with the pocket nines, and Serge Wab is going to have to catch. Instead, he misses. He whiffs it. You know what, Serge Wab? Well played. It really was. I liked the play. I liked the shove there. Way more than the limp call from under the gun. I mean, like pocket nines. What is he thinking? He's like, yes, I'm going to trap somebody. I'm going to open limp and hope that one of these guys shoves. No, that's not what he's thinking. When he makes the limp and then it goes around to the big blind who shoves for 20 bigs, is he like, yes, got him. Got him. No, that's not what he's thinking. It's not what he's thinking. So, Queen Jack off? Yeah, we'll come over to, Big Bubba, making 2,200. Pretty tempting. Pretty tempting spot there. So, Future Governor is saying, just found the perfect little studio in Canada, thinking about pulling the trigger and moving to play on Stars. We're thinking about the same thing, Future Governor. We were looking at maybe getting a place in BC for 6 months, right after January. Just putting in a whole good 6 months right until the probably like 5 months, right until the World Series of Poker. I was kind of surprised to see, they're pretty strict on Stars about what you have to actually do and show to be able to play on there. It's not enough to just be like, you know what, I'm going to go make a little day trip across the border to Mexico so I can play online. No, you have to actually show a residency there, which is kind of just silly. Why? Why? You know, you don't have to be a resident of Nevada to play here. You just have to pass through. Show up, play on, you know, play at one of the rooms. Why would they force you to actually be a resident of a country? Isn't it enough to just be there? I guess they're worried about VPNs, but it's not like that policy has kept people from VPNing into Stars or Full Tilt. BRB VFL says, "Hey Dutch, why weren't you wearing sunglasses at the final table when you won your last bracelet? Earlier, you were talking about how you wore them in every tournament you played this year." BRB VFL, I was out of context, so I was wearing my glasses. I didn't want to wear the sunglasses over the glasses. Kabali90 says, "Have you ever met any sports stars at events? I'm a huge football fan and would cry if I got to meet Ronaldo, CR7, or Neymar." Those, I'm pretty sure those are soccer players, right, Kabali? Yeah. Yeah, I've actually met all three of those players, Ronaldo, CR7, and Neymar, at poker events. No, not really. Not really. Have I ever met any sports stars at events? No, can't really say. I'm not really. Met Oral Hershiser. Who else? I can't really think of anybody, man. I mean, they show up. They show up for the series. So we'll fire out 2100, see if we can get through. Jay Vigilante says, no. No, you're not getting through me. Rebel702 says, no, you're not getting through me. Skelly Factor makes the shove when we get to snap call. Skelly Factor makes the shove and we get to snap call with our pocket eights. Skelly Factor with the shove, no. Welp. Not too shabby, boys. Not too shabby. We're going to go ahead and make a half pot size bet here, I suppose. Yeah. Sets us up for an all-in shove on the turn. Maybe Rebel 702 will do it for us with like an ace 7 or an 8-6. Pocket threes makes the shove. No. Everyone gets out of our way, and we're back up to 22 big blinds. Making the fold. Making the fold, boss. Making the fold. Making the fold, boss. Yep. Making the fold. Miroslav Kirstik, thank you very much for the compliment. Really appreciate it. He says, Dutch, probably the best streamer out there. Most entertaining is Jay Carver, maybe. I do love Jay Carver's stream. No, that's not exactly what he said. But Miro, thank you very much for the Miroslav. Thank you very much for the compliment. ZASDF Unreal saying Jay Carver was pure gold today. I didn't see it. I didn't see Jay Carver's stream today, but I do sub to Jay Carver. Big fan of his stream. Somerville's the one who got me into streaming. If it wasn't for Jay Carver paving the way, we wouldn't be here. Look at Rebel 702 getting that value. Such value for aces. How did he do it? How did he get there? How did he get so much value for those aces? What did he raise pre-flop with those pocket aces? Let me see really quick. Turn the nuts, looking for some fold equity from us, and you're going to get it, buddy. Turn the nuts, you will get fold equity from me. Ace 10 offsuit. Wow, what do we do? What do we do here, guys? If Turn the Nuts makes another shove. You know, a good chunk of the time, Ace 10 is going to be ahead of Turn the Nuts' range here. Looking at less than 10 bigs. Yeah, I think that enough of the time, Turn the Nuts is looking at like an Ace 8, Ace 9 here. Enough of the time, he's looking at like a King Queen here. Enough of the time, he's looking at like 9s, 8s, or 7s here, where we're probably supposed to make the move. I mean, and we might as well just go ahead and and shove, try to get Vigilante out of here. So pocket sixes, we have to win the flip. We do. We get the quads, which is gonna do it. So Rebel 702, after making open limp after open limp after open limp, you finally make a min raise and wake up with aces. Min raise. So now you're making it 2,500. Now you make it 2,500, and I'm going to say Rebel 702. I mean, you've been open limping so much. The only time we've seen you raise was with aces, but you raised a different amount. You raised a different amount, which makes me feel like this is not aces. This is not kings. This is a hand like ace, queen, offsuit, Rebel 702. So Skelly Factor coming in with 2488, and MSU Vagabond actually saying why PokerStars has that. That was actually part of the deal that they made with the DOJ to, man, what a sweetheart deal that was. SD Golfer saying, I finally activated my Twitch account. You convinced me. SD Golfer, thank you very much, man. Make sure to click on the follow button. Make sure to do that. Doesn't help me out unless you click on that follow button. Okay, maybe it does. Just having you here is actually pretty cool, SD Golfer. Dougie Styles saying, have you met Shane Warren? He plays poker and is an ex-cricketer. I don't know what that means. What is a cricketer? What is an ex-cricketer? I'm just joking, Dougie Styles. Of course I know what cricket is. Of course I know what cricket is. It's huge in the West Indies. I'll tell you what, that was all anyone was playing out there in Antigua when I was there. Antigua's really big on cricket. Have I ever played cricket? No. No. I'm an American, man. Cricket's for foreigners. I haven't met Shane Warren. Miroslav Kristic says, what about Fatima? Have you met Fatima? I think Fatima's the Stars player, right? Who was an Olympian. I haven't met her yet. Fatima Moreira de Mello? Fatima de Mello? Is that, yeah, Fatima de Mello? Haven't met her. And we're making the fold. Big Mama Jones, that is indeed Cool Hand Luke, making the fold. Boss, yep, making the fold. Cool Hand Luke. Gotta love Cool Hand Luke. Huge Paul Newman fan. R.I.P. Poles PT says, how many places are paid? And great stream. Keep it up. Poles PT, thank you very much, man. Let's do it. We're getting close enough. 11 out of 33, 10 places paid, $1,733 up top. Let's go ahead and get that. Let's go ahead and get those payouts up on the screen, shall we? We shall. Just for you. Just for you. That's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. We'll put it right there on the edge, right underneath. Right underneath the fist bump, right underneath the Blue Shark Optics. 10 places paid. And do you want to know what the bubble is? Do we even care at this point? $167 bubble. So we're in for 90 bucks. If we bubble this thing, it hurts. If we get 10th, then we're gonna see we're gonna be up 70, which is, that's a decent ROI. What do we think, Big Bubba? J Vigilante, is this a good spot? You betcha. Under the gun, it's the new button raise coming in for a 2,500. KDP Nut, good to see you, man. He says, I know I've said this before. If United States folks want to see online poker legalized back in the United States, and see poker stars allowed back in the United States, then now is a great time. Representatives and senators are home in your states. Please get in touch with them and make an appointment to let them know that you do want online poker back in your state. So KDP Nut, you say it a lot, and it's never too much. I want you to keep on saying it. You're doing great work. You actually convinced me today to go ahead and shoot a line over to Heller, saying just that. I want online poker back across the board. Defeat the RAWA. Set up some sort of regulation scheme on a federal level, which allows states to opt out. But if they don't opt out, they should be able to play. That's really what I would like to see as a poker player. And instead, what we're going to see is, well, we'll let the states set up their own regulatory schemes. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. But I would really like to be able to play with my brothers in Missouri, or play with my friends in Florida right here on wsop.com without every state having to actually pass their own law. It'd be nice if they could just opt out of a federal allowance, which would basically say, look, if it's regulated under any single state, then all states can play there unless the states opt out. That would be great. KDP Nut saying though that we need to get in touch with them and make an appointment to let them know that you do want online poker back in your state. Can you be a little more specific, KDP Nut, about what exactly you think that we all should do? Are you saying that we need to pick up a phone, call the office, and say, I want to make an appointment with Senator Heller? And are we going after our state representatives, or are we going after our state federal representatives? Going after the congressmen, going after the senators? Is that what we're trying to do, and actually set up an actual appointment with them where we would go face to face and meet with them? I mean, is that the plan? If you could be a little bit more specific on real specific, what do you want me to do? What could I do, KDP Nut, besides just picking up a phone or sending out an email? Because that is what I would like to know. Gosh, Jay Vigilante, it's time to make a little raise here, and not raising enough for us to want to make a fold. Of course, maybe we do. I mean, we're getting 2.5 to 1 to make the call. Unfortunately, we're going to be out of position. You know what? We try to make a raise here. We'll make a fold. We try to steal it. He said no. We'll fold. You got it. You got it. And Dougie Styles, you're the best, man. Kabali's I was about to shut down the stream. I'm sorry, man. Why do I do it? Why do I troll my users? I don't know. Why do I troll my friends here in the stream? I don't know. Dune9 just subscribed, and Polar Bear 1313 just subscribed. Oh my gosh, you guys, sub train, back-to-back subs. You guys are awesome. Polar Bear, Dune9, both of you are going to go ahead and get a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt. If you've never heard of it, let me tell you about it. It's basically my story coming up through poker, watching poker change. Got some pretty good reviews. A couple people here in the stream tonight said it was a masterpiece. A masterpiece. I mean, when I think about masterpiece, I think Slaughterhouse-5 by Vonnegut. I think of Tolstoy and Brothers Karamazov and Dostoevsky. Those are masterpieces. Poker Tilt, a book about poker and my life in poker. Are we going to say that's a masterpiece? I wouldn't. But it did get some pretty decent reviews, and I would say it's good. It's a worthy read. I hope that you get a chance to give it a read. And I'll tell you, Polar Bear 1313, thank you so much. You're so awesome. Really appreciate it, man. And Dune9, really appreciate you too. Check your Twitch message box after the stream. I'll make sure to get it right over to you. Usually it falls to Eximoa. Tonight it falls to me. So we'll wait until it gets down to that trailing digit of a 5. Second trailing digit right now. There we go. Nook. What do you think? You made a defense. You missed. We both missed. You going to give it up? He does. That's what we want to see. Nacho the Bandit saying subtrain up in this biatch. Yes, Nacho the Bandit. Starting it yesterday. Nacho the Bandit is one of our new crew members. It's so awesome to have you here, Nacho, for another night. And thank you again for supporting the stream. And thank you again for encouraging the new guys. Polar Bear, you're awesome. Dune, you were awesome. Big thank you to all of our new subs. Hey guys, I have a great idea. Let's go up against Rebel 702 and just completely crush a flop. Let's go ahead and make a little semi-bluff open and just completely crush it. Let's get that top 2 pair against Rebel 702, shall we? And how about we make that board just wet enough where maybe we get a little bit of resistance from like the Queen 9 or the Ace 10 or the Jack Queen or the King Queen or King 10 or any number of hands that we can come up with. No. Do you think that we should just flop top 2 and get a fold? Well, that's okay. We can do that too. Okay, 7,200 would be 2.5x. So let's do 9,000, which is 7,200 is 2x. 9,000 is 2.5x. That's what we're trying to do. Little 2.5x raise here, Big Bubba. And you know, we have been raising and raising and raising. Now we actually have the legit hand. We make the call, put our head down, hope to be ahead. And we are. Can it hold? So far, so good. Can it hold? So far, so good. Hold! It held, you guys. We got it. We got it in good. And that's going to put us at the chip leader at our table. Wow. Chip leader of the table. Second out of 28 for the whole tournament. You know, you got to get lucky to win this, but a big part of the luck comes from having your best hands hold up. That time it did. That time it did. McClanius is saying, do you think it will ever be possible for a single state to legalize playing international poker? McClanius, I don't see why not. I think yes. I'm going to say yes. And Gaudier97 asking, way to run your stack up, especially the quad aces. It's always nice to get quad aces. What do we do here, guys? 2 out of 27, 7-6 of hearts under the gun. I think we're just gonna make the fold there. He says, Gaudier says, I read that Vice article on Blazarian. What's your 2 cents on the guy? I don't really have much of an opinion, Gaudier. I've never met him in real life. But that statement right there, I've never met him in real life, pretty much says all you need to know. You know, what other pros have I not met in real life? Especially when it comes to like LA pros. I mean, US based pros. Are you kidding? How can there be a US based pro that I've not only never met but never seen at the World Series, never seen at the big games at Aria? Not that I play the biggest games of Aria, but I'm in Aria enough to see them at least. Yeah, let's do a little isolation here against Rebel 702, who's just been open limping and open limping and open limping. Here he does another open limp, which, you know, polarizes basically. We know that he can't have aces or kings, so let's just take it. Junbo, what do you want? I took you out right before the stream and you said that you were going to be okay for 5 hours. It's been 3.5 hours. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. You're going to have to wait for about 24 minutes. And Richie Gree saying Dostoevsky wrote Brothers, not Tolstoy. That's right. Dostoevsky also wrote The Gambler, and wrote. What else did Dostoevsky write? Tolstoy was War and Peace, I think. I read Brothers Karamazov. Was it a masterpiece? Sure. Sure. It just needs. I'll take Vonnegut. I'll take Vonnegut over Dostoevsky. I realize that it's like comparing, it's like comparing Eminem to Mozart, But why can't you? Why can't you? Firing out 3,300 right here. Wait until it gets down to that trailing 2. There we go. Sweaty 40. Yeah, we're going to call you Sweaty if you decide to make the shove. Mythical Mark. Thank you very much, man. He says, guys, we're only 17 likes away from 9,500. Is that right? 17 people is what we need, huh? 17 people to actually click on, 16 people now to click on that little heart icon, the little follow button right underneath our video. That's what it's going to take to get up to 9,500. That's the goal tonight, you guys. That's what we'd like to see. Okay, come here, you. I'm going to give you a little bone. And you're going to have to, you're just going to leave me alone for a little while. Can you do that? Can you do that, no? Leave me alone for a little while? There you go. Run away. There you go. That's all you wanted, huh? You just wanted attention. Okay, KDP Nut, I'm going to do it. I will pick up a phone and try to make an appointment with the federal legislators. I will do that. And I'm going to let you know how it goes. Maybe I'll even do a little periscoping. We'll try to go in there with Eximois. This is probably something that everyone can do anyway, right? But maybe being like, look, I'm a 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have, one of the more popular poker Twitch streams. We've got a lot of people watching. We would love to get behind you for the next election. I don't exactly know what you do. Do you bribe them with your vote? I mean, that's basically what you do. Do you threaten them and say, if you don't, I'm going to do everything I can to get you out of office? Or do you just talk to them and say, this is why it's important, and this is why you should get behind it. This is why you should get behind it. You should get behind it because there's so many people in Florida right now who are donating money, giving their rake to offshore criminal enterprises. You should get behind it because there are so many people right now who are having to VPN through Mexico or travel down to Tijuana and bribe guards because that's like border guards and federales. Mexican police, every time they stop them for some stupid traffic ticket, they got to give them 50 pesos. Really? Well, sweat of 40. It's going to be a call. I hope you don't have a bigger pocket pair. I hope that you have over cards. And he does. Can it hold? No 5, no 7, no king, no queen. Hold. That'll hold. That's a hold, boys. We're over 100,000 now. Where does that put us on the map? I think that puts us as the chip leader. Chip leader, guys, with 23 left to go. Feeling pretty good about it. Feeling pretty good about it. Greek Hero 12 saying, Dutch, I want to buy your book from Amazon, but they don't accept our credit cards. What can I do? Not really sure, Greek Hero. I mean, you can sub, but I mean, if Amazon's not accepting your credit card, Twitch probably won't either. There's ways to use Bitcoin on Amazon. Maybe that's the idea. I don't really know. I'm not really sure. I think that you can probably also go to any of your local bookstores and have them order it from, like they can order it from, Amazon. Basically, like if you go into a Barnes and Noble and order the book, they end up ordering it from Amazon, which is kind of weird. But Amazon, like the publishing part of it is through CreateSpace. It's a print on demand, so it's part of Amazon. So I don't really know, man. I don't really know. What do we do with King 7? We make the fold. Bandit's Bluff. I've got some notes on Bandit's Bluff. Got some interesting notes on Bandit's Bluff. I'm not going to tell you guys what it is. But I will tell you a little secret. It has to do... Rebel 702, what are you doing, man? Why do you do it to me? Why do you make me want to raise you here? I think we just make a call, though. Jack 10 of Diamonds is strong enough where I would like to play a very, very deep pot. I would like to have very deep implied odds against Rebel and Vigilante. This is the kind of flop we're looking for. We've got 8 outs, really 6 clean outs, but we'll count on a 9 of spades or an ace of spades being an out. Rebel 702 making that bet. Probably making that bet with like a queen jack. Maybe making that bet. Oh, how sweet would it be if he's making that bet with like pocket 4s and we're able to get that 9 or that ace. J Vigilante coming along too, and that's going to be good because it kind of protects the pot from Rebel 702, which maybe checks back. Does he? Does he check back? No, he doesn't. Instead, he decides to fire out a half pot size bet, and we're looking at getting 3 to 1. 3 to 1 on a 16%er. So the only way that this makes sense to make the call is if we think that we can get a pot size bet on the end, and I'm not so sure that we can. So you know what? We're going to make the fold here, you guys. I just don't think that we're going to be able to get paid off enough from Rebel 702, so making the fold. And Katie Peanut giving some love to the PPA. The PPA, pretty much the best, the Poker Players Alliance, pretty much the best lobbying group we have. Is it perfect? No. Because basically the PPA isn't really the Poker Players Alliance, it's more the Poker Operators Alliance. I mean, if you look at the history of the PPA, traditionally it's been funded by PokerStars. So it's really more for the interests of the online operators and the players. But the fact is, online operators and online players, most of the time our interests align. Not always though. Not always. There are definitely some differences between the interests of online operators and online players. Some significant differences. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, It is the lobbying group, the go-to lobbying group when it comes to poker rights in America. So I definitely go on PPA. I'm a member of the PPA. I do think that Katie Peanut, I do feel like we need another lobbying group. We need a true players lobbying group instead of an operator lobbying group, because in my opinion, I do feel like the interests there are conflicts. There are conflicts of interest. Like, as a player, do I really care do I really care if a state wants to exclude bad actors from the past? I don't, but the PPA does. The PPA does when they're being funded by PokerStars, and PokerStars has basically put all their marbles into that one basket. Put everything on red. Made that bet that they will be allowed back in the states. They have a real big interest in making sure that the whatever lobbying comes along with the language. Oh yeah, and not only do we want a regulated poker environment, but we want to make sure that anybody who was violating the UIGEA in the past can still get in. Why do I care about that? I mean, the only reason I would care about that is because PokerStars has the best software. That's true enough. Yeah, Samantha A, I guess we make the call here, getting 2 to 1. Hope that you have a king queen here and hope that it holds. A6, That looks pretty good to me. I don't really know what to think about it, Samantha A. I mean, are you getting a fold here out of us? No, you're not. So you make the shove there. 18 players left. No fold equity. No, I don't like it. I don't think it's a very good shove. Ended up working out okay for you, but you're always getting called. Making the fold here. Poker Mindset Coach saying, in 30 to 45 minutes ago, you were ready to walk away from the table. Yeah, I don't know that I would go that far, but definitely feeling better in this spot than we were before, for sure. No question about that. Rob Lemke saying, can't sub on my phone, only follow, is that right? So Rob Lemke, how it's going to work is you can, in order to sub on your phone, what you got to do is you actually have to go through a web browser to twitch.tv/Dutch Boyd, and then you can sub through the Twitch through your web browser. You're not going to be able to sub though just through the app. Devil Goes saying, wow, good job, Dutch. I left when you were at 12K, and now I'm back and you're at 100K. Feels pretty good. Not at 100K anymore. We just lost a pretty big pot to Samantha A, but you know what? That's okay. It's okay. Duo Gaming NL asking, are you Dutch? No, I'm from Missouri. I feel good. I'm from Missouri. Persian Duck saying muck it. Coyote saying muck it. Talking about that Jack 10. Okay, John Mon coming in with a 33,000. I feel like it's a little bit much, man, to make that shove. It's going to get through. It's going to get through, but 16 bigs just seems like it's a little bit of an awkward size to just spew all in. 6 out of 18, you guys. We have 18 players left. We're towards the front. We've got Bandit's Bluff making a 4x raise. 4x raise. I'm going to make the fold against Bandit's Bluff, but I don't like making the fold. Rambo, wanna B3. Good to see you in the stream, man. Good to see you here. Okay, so now what? We got Winco. We got everybody folding to us. We're going to go ahead and make a 4,100 raise. We'll wait till he gets to that second trailing digit, that 5 right there. And there we go. J Vigilante, if you make the shove, you're getting snap called. This is the spot you're looking for with your ace-9. J Vigilante looking down at ace-10 offsuit and thinking, this is the spot. It certainly is, Jay. No, it's not. So we get through. We're okay with that. We will take a we will take a blind steal and an anti-steal every time. And yeah, we'll make a fold here. We're taking the fold there because I feel like Samantha is looking to do that. And Jay, I mean, you kind of have to call this, right? I guess you don't have to do anything. With King Queen suited, you're definitely going to have to call that. So we say goodbye to Jay Vigilante, and Samantha survives another coin flip. 75% of the time, Samantha, you are out the door. Fortunately, we live in one of those 25%er universes where you are in pretty good shape. Waiting for it to get to that second trailing digit. Jack 10 of diamonds. Good enough. Good enough. Let's see how it goes. So Samantha now making a raise. And we're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere, Samantha. We'll make the call with our Jack 10 of diamonds. Hope to hit something special. And is this a special flop for us? Is this a special flop? Samantha firing out 75.50, and you know, I feel like it is a special flop for us. I feel like we can probably get her off of it. Let's go and wait until that 5 pops up. We're gonna half pot it. And if Samantha folds, we're in good shape. If she calls, then I guess we just have to catch up. A king or running diamonds will do it. But I think Samantha probably is sitting there with like pocket 9s or pocket 10s, just firing out to see where she is. Instead, she's making the shove here, and that is pretty much telling us what we need to know. Okay, Samantha. Just vomit. Back down now to 10, 15, 16 bigs. It's a pretty good rush there for you, Samantha. So up to 46,000, we take one, lose a big one to Samantha A. Gosh, making the fold. Brandon got a job saying followed, well earned, great show and daily effort. Brandon, thank you very much, man. Really appreciate it. Garrett Coe asking Dutch, do you know Daniel Frumpkin? I do. I do. You're talking about the the old army guy. Not an old. He's probably younger than I am. I do know Danny Frumpkin. He's cool. I like him. He's pretty good friends with a real close buddy of mine, Jordan Christo. Gosh. So we were doing really well, 100,000. Now we have 45,000. We lost a big chunk of our stack, but we're still doing fine. We got about 20 bigs, a little under 20. How are we doing anyway? Here, let me go ahead and do a little reset. So we got, oh wow, we're 94.99. One follower away from 9,500. You can be that 9,500th follower. That would be awesome if you would too. Just click on that little heart button right underneath the video, and it's going to do it. It'll get us up to 9,500 follows, which is the goal today. The goal before XMWA gets back, we got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday to get there, would be 10,000 follows, which would just be awesome. In the 10,000 follow club, I think that would put us right up there with Staples and Carver as far as the only people who are over 10,000. I could be wrong about that. Maybe Elky's over. Maybe Nananoko's over, but I don't think so. I think that they're under 10,000 follows. Okay, we're going to make the fold with 10-2 offsuit. 13 out of 16, you guys. E-Pos, good to see you, my friend. Oh, no kidding. Nacho the Bandit saying, I actually lived in Moberly. That's right around the corner from where I was born in Warrensburg. Still around St. Louis, huh? That's where I spent some time in St. Louis. Small world, Nacho. That's pretty crazy. So Rebel 702 is sitting there under the gun with pocket jacks, and how did he play him? I'm pretty sure we just saw him raising. Did he make the minimum raise, or did he? Let's see here. We're going to go ahead and make the raise here when it gets down to that 1. Yeah, made the minimum raise under the gun with pocket jacks. So we've seen a difference in his pre-flop multiples based on hand strength. So 6-5 suited. What do you think, War Chant? 08. I think we're gonna just have to check into Rebel and War Chant. Rebel 702 firing a very quick 13,000. Gonna get through me. It's gonna get through me. Nicely done. Nicely done. Sandhop, good to see you in the stream. He says, I think Dutch is on tilt. Tilt! No, Dutch is not on tilt. Dutch is fine. Dutch is cool as a cucumber, Sandhop 2. Copaesthetic, let me know. Dutch, you're effing up, man. Patience, my man. You know what? So a couple of streams ago, we thought that Samantha A was Samantha Abernathy, which if you guys don't know, she's a Vegas pro. She was doing some touring with who was that DJ? He was just on the All In cover. Aoki, I think, and got into poker on the tour. Now she's now she's making a run at it here in Vegas. I gotta say, I feel like she's got a good shot. Definitely, I think that she definitely is very marketable. So, it wouldn't take much to get to be able to get some money outside of with some patch deals for sure. Plus, she has a lot of people in her corner trying to whip her into shape. Saw that she was playing some OFC with Phil Hellmuth, which is pretty cool. But you know what? I called her out the other day on the stream. I was like, I think Samantha A is probably Samantha Abernathy, and someone was like, No, it's not. I'm sure it's not because I know who I know what Samantha Abernathy plays on the site. But here she is, chilling out on the stream. Confirmed shark right there. Friend of the stream. Good to see you, Samantha. I actually think I saw you at Smith's the other day too, a couple weeks ago on Flamingo. Yeah, we're making the raise here. We got Legum in the big blind. Such a champion, that Legum. You guys know who that is, right? That is David Skolansky, noted poker theorist. He wrote the book. If he's a little bit on the predictable side, well, can you really blame a guy for being predictable? Can you really blame a guy for playing like the book when he wrote the book? No, you can't. So War Chant, this is going to be kind of interesting. War Chant, I think we're going to go ahead and make the call because you're going to go ahead and fire out a C-bet no matter what. Let's see what you do here. So he fires out no matter what, and we have ace-jack of spades. Huh. He's going to fire out 17,575, half pot. And then do we make a check raise? Gosh, it's tough. I don't know. What? Why wouldn't you, man? Why wouldn't you? So that probably means we're ahead. We'll fire out a 75-75 and see if we can't just claim this equity. Instead, War Chant 08 making a very, very quick shove. Gosh. Leaving us with 11 bigs. Or we make the call. Wow, that was a quick shove on War Chant's part, which is polarizing. I mean, that was kind of his plan, right? When he checks back on that flop, he's planning on making the shove when we fire out. I mean, he's basically inducing us to do that. We got Poker Staples in the stream too. Awesome to see you, Jamie. Always a pleasure to have you here, and thanks for saying hi, man. Big fan of Staples' stream. Number two to Jay Carver, which is pretty strong, man. Every day I look and see how many follows you have. See. I mean, you're a tough one to beat. I saw the other day you had 800 follows in one day. Just incredible. So nice job to you, man. Big shout out. Saw that your brother is starting to do a little streaming too. That was pretty cool. He shot me a host a couple of nights ago. Guys, we're gonna be right back. 2 minutes and 36 seconds to go. Getting down to the wire, and we're gonna be coming back with slightly less than 10 big blinds. Not really where we want to be. We've turned it around before. We went from chip leader when we were at 3 tables. Now we are bottom of the pack with 2. Ugh. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. And we're back with a super strong hand here. No, it's not a super strong hand. It's not a super strong hand. I also don't think that we have any fold equity against John Mon, even though his VPIP is probably pretty wide open. Tempted to just take a flop and see if we can't flop a little bit of magic, but I think it's probably better to go ahead and save a big blind and a half and reserve, just save ourselves another orbit and wait for a better spot to just ship all in. I ship all in. Yeah. That would have been a magical flop, you guys, but I don't want to look. Don't want to be results oriented on this one. Also, Samantha A just asked in the chat, is it all right if we if I actually watch the stream while I'm playing at the same table? Absolutely, all the time. The only thing that I ask is if you're if you're watching, go ahead and say hi in the stream so that I know, and I can go ahead and put a little shark icon next to your name, and I can know that you know how we're playing and that the leveling game really begins. So that's really yeah, all the time. All the time, and we're always rooting. We're always rooting for friends of the stream to make it deep and make some final tables. Last night, when we took second in this event, we had 3 people at the final table who were friends of the stream, and I'm sure that we're always rooting for them. John Mon 101 had us pretty well dominated pre-flop, but yeah, I like to think that the whole flop comes out differently if we make the call. We don't really know how wsop does it, so let's just assume that if we make the call, the RNG spits out a different flop there. It makes it a little easier not to be as results oriented. Making the fold here, making the fold, and Legum just shoving with how many big blinds is that? I can't even figure it. It's almost what is that? 17 bigs. We might not get a better spot. We really might. We might not. That might be the spot right there. We might have just knitted away our tournament right there with that fold. Who do we go after here, you guys? I mean, John Mon 101 with 5 times our stack. Rebel 702 is pretty much who we need to go after. Rebel 702, maybe War Chant, maybe Winco, maybe Legum. Legum is definitely a little tighter than, a little snugger than I think is good. XMY in the stream, great to see you, baby. Oh no, XMY saying I missed PAX tickets. Want to buy PAX tickets? You can still buy PAX tickets off of StubHub, right? Let me go ahead and take a look. Do I need to do this for you, baby? We'll get you there. Everybody misses you, XMY. We're waiting for you to come back. I feel like the mojo is gone without you, and also the house is falling apart. June's crying on the regular. Oh, come here, little dog. Say hello. Say hello to XMY. Say hello to your mother, your biological mother. What's wrong with you? I took her out to the dog place where they play today. Don't want to say it. P-A-R-K. I don't even want to spell it because June can spell now. I don't even want to look. I can't even look, you guys. I'm making the raise. Getting through. Winco doesn't call. Man, after he starts tanking like that, we almost want him to call. And Sojchant saying, forget PAX, go to TwitchCon. We might. We've been thinking about it. Guys, it's getting down to it. Getting down to it. 14 out of 15. We're sitting here with just over 10 big blinds. And who can we go against? I don't know. Jay Vigilante, I think you're here, right? I'm sorry to see it, Jay. 18th place. Oh, how pretty is this? Now, this is a little bit sketchy, though, guys. This is a little bit sketchy, I gotta admit. Rebel 702, the only time we've seen Rebel 702 raise double is with jacks and with aces. We've seen him raise before a little bit more than double. Most of the time, he just open limps. So, I mean, we're not getting away from the hand. That's perfect. Hold. Hold, boys. There we go. Back up to 62,000. A little over 20 bigs. That's going to do it. So Rebel 702, we see that Ace Queen is also in his range for that bare minimum raise. Jacks, aces, and Ace Queen suited. Most everything else he just open limps with. So we'll go ahead and make a stab here against War Chant. Little 3x. Again, we're making it. We'll make it 3x from the small blind into the big blind. We can't make it the same that we would on the button, because then we get called with any two, and we don't really want to be playing out of position. John Mon 101. Gosh, I really feel like 3-betting here. I mean, now we actually have some ammunition. Now we can actually maybe get a fold. And John Mon, man, his VPIP is all over the place, way high. Got Romeo Mateo in the stream saying hello again from the Great White North. Great to see you, Romeo. Hello there. Bienvenue to the stream. I think you're from Montreal, right? You're from the wrong side of Canada. And Lakers saying, okay, I really think you should have been more passive when you were in the lead. Lakers, thank you very much for the constructive comment. I think the time to be aggressive is when you have a big stack and you're closing in on a bubble. I mean, this is when you want to be aggressive. Like right now, 5,700 looks pretty legit. Hopefully, War Chant doesn't make a shove. Rebel 702, we don't mind him calling. We don't like him shoving, though. God, I hate folding that monster hand. Making the fold. And 2XRD saying, my oldest daughter is very into that PAX thing. Sojchant. What a great emoticon that is, Sojchant. Sitting there with a grimy sad. Yeah, I'll make the fold here. So we got Rebel 702 open limping. We got Winco deciding to take a free shot at it. Legum deciding to take a cheap shot at it. Guess we're just going to go and make a check as well. And let's just crush it. How about we just crush this? That's beautiful. That's beautiful. I mean, it's so beautiful that we kind of have to let someone catch up. It'd be great if Rebel 702 decided to open limp with pocket nines. Winco, you gonna make the shove? We don't often slow play. We don't often slow play, but when we do, little bit of value there from Legum. Let's see what he called with King 10 offsuit. So, yeah, I mean, that's pretty much the only way we're getting any value out of him. Give him a couple of shots to catch up. No one caught up on the turn. And he hit his 6 outer to call half pot. Again, we don't often slow play. But when we do, it's because we completely crush the flop and we don't think that anybody has anything that they can even call a wink with. You know, all we got to do is like point at the pot, be like, they can be like, okay, fold, take it, take it. So we go ahead and let him catch up. You know, the way that the hand went down too, a lot of times we're going to be able to check there on the flop and get Rebel 702 to fire out with like pocket 9s or pocket 8s. A lot of times we're going to be able to check on the flop and get, you know, Winco to take a stab at it. Okay, 6,100. Pocket 3s, let's go. Let's go. Let's F go. And Poker Mindset Coach saying only packs parking on StubHub. I see that. I do see that. It looks like 0 tickets left on Saturday, 0 tickets left on Friday. I mean, the way that this is going to work, Michelle, is that people will list tickets. You know, you just have to kind of keep on refreshing every once in a while and wait. Otherwise, you're going to be able to find tickets outside of the place, I'm sure. Rambo Wannabe says, questions the call with pocket queens, but wants to 3-bet with Jack 8, Dutchy, or something else. Rambo Wannabe, man. Spots, not hands. Spots, not hands. The pocket queens, we're looking at, you know, Rebel 702, a pretty tight range when he's making that min raise against us. So I'm putting him on aces, kings, probably not queens because we have queens, jacks, maybe 10s, but we've seen him open limp with 9, so that's it. So he also can have ace king or ace queen. I don't even put him on ace jack. So, you know, ace queen is less likely because we have queens in our hand. So if we're looking at 10s and jacks, and I don't even know about 10s and jacks, kings and aces, we're kind of looking at, we're looking at more likely than not, he actually has a bigger pocket pair when he's got a pair. Rebel 702, making a call against probably not the guy you want to make a call with when he makes that shove. Pocket 3s is not going to get through Legum. Nice hand there, Legum. Nice hand, Mr. Skolansky. Jack 4 off. We will make the fold. Ah, man. Lakers 656 saying win this for packs. Yeah, I mean I'm gonna figure out a way to get her into packs no matter what. She's there in Seattle. She wants to go. I think it'd be a fun little thing to do with her and her niece. Okay, King Queen off. Jamon making the raise. Winco. We would have definitely called Winco with Jamon making the raise. It's not a fold. The only question is, can we get Jamon to... Yeah, we can get Jamon to fold. So let's go ahead and try. Pop it up to 18,000. John Mon 101. We're going to call you if you shove. We're not going to like it, but we will. We will flip that coin with you. We will take our king queen against your pocket 6s. We will take our king queen against your ace 9 offsuit. Looks like he's tanking. He's thinking about it. It's probably going to be a fold, you guys. It's probably going to be a fold. I mean, he raised really quick. And now that he's thinking about it, I think that the more he thinks, the more he's going to think, well... let's just let it go. And Sam Abernathy asking, what kind of mic are you using? Considering streaming OFC soon. Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti with a third-party pop filter. I'd recommend it. It's a pretty good mic. Okay, War Chant. I don't really think that a normal raise now is the thing to do, because then War Chant gets it in his head that a shove might get a fold, which it won't. And we don't really want to call off our stack with king highs, so we'll just take the options away from War Chant. Future governor. Future governor saying, "Eat it, Skolansky." That's pretty funny. He's doing just fine. Skolansky's doing just fine. And this is what we're talking about, guys. Rebel 702 now, instead of making it a min raise, we've seen the min raise with jacks, we've seen the min raise with aces, we've seen the min raise with ace queen suited. Now he comes in with 4x. We're going to get out of the way, but what does that mean? It probably means a hand like, I mean, it probably means pocket tens. It probably means like an ace jack, ace 10. It probably means like fives or sixes. It doesn't mean aces. It doesn't mean kings. It doesn't mean queens or jacks. Does it mean jacks? No. I don't think so. I think we're probably looking at Rebel 702 having a small pocket pair there. Fives or fours or sixes. And 7-4 of diamonds. Can we get through? I think a good chunk of the time we do get through Rebel 702, but we're going to make the fold. Death by Pocket Pair, great to see you in the stream. Also good to see you too. I'm crazy, no. 7-3 suited. We're making the fold. Making the fold against Legum. Yeah, we'll fold. Persian Duck 2013. Do you prefer vaping, edibles, or smoking? So I was a cigarette smoker for a long time, about 10 years. Persian Duck. It was vaping that actually got me off the smoking. But in the end, I mean, vaping is just another addiction, and I'm trying to, I'm trying to live a cleaner life every day, trying to get off of, trying to get off all the addictions. I mean, right now the addiction is coffee, coffee and calories. Trying to get off of that, But what do I prefer? I mean, if you're talking about like weed, nothing beats a joint. It's been a long time though, Persian Duck. Gave that up too. Maybe one of these days, if we go hit up the Colorado HPT, I might be able to convince Michelle to take a little detour. But yeah, gosh, it's been a long time. 2XRD says, y'all heard about Jared the Subway guy, I assume. Yes. Everyone's heard about it, 2XRD. Heard a good joke about him too, says 2XRD. Are you going to tell that joke? I'm not going to repeat that one on the stream. RT Kabuto says, oh, at X-Mom, my mom started to watch the first season of Supernatural, which, yeah, Michelle's a big fan of. Okay, Legan making the call, John Mon making the call. I think they were going to just make the fold here. Yeah, Michelle loves that show, RT Kabuto. James the Bear in the stream. Great to see you, man. And James the Bear, that's not the shocker. The shocker's the other way around. You're doing it wrong, James the Bear. Tricky the Tiger saying, wow, Skolansky always crushing. Yep. Always crushing. Triple bracelet winner right there. 3 bracelets right there on the button. We're going to make the fold to you, John Mon. We've made some final tables together in the summer. The last final table Skolansky and I made was Stud High-Low. The one that Eli Alezra ended up taking down. Going heads up against Scotty Wynn. I think Skolansky... I can't remember if Skolansky got 3rd or 4th. I want to say he got 4th and I got 3rd, but it's been a long time. I don't really remember. So John Mon, what's this all about? I mean, like, why are you making a shove now? I mean, before it was just a raise, and now it's a shove? What happened? What just changed here? Oh, you lost some to a war chant. Okay. I don't understand it. So now going back to a normal raise, John Mon. Okay. Making the fold. Making the fold. RT Kabuto, that's pretty funny, man. RT Kabuto says, this is the shit that kept me up at night and scared the crap out of me, and you're having me watch this in the middle of the night? F you! F you! That's pretty funny, RT Kabuto. Okay, so King 8 off. We got Rebel. We got John Mon. We got 13 players left, and we are in 6th place. Yeah, let's go for it. Little 8100. Wait for it to hit that second trailing digit. Trying to standardize those pre-flop opens, the timing, as well as the amounts. John Mon says not today. We get through. It's probably going to do it for you, Winco. We're making the fold with our 8-2 offsuit. And I'm Crazy No says, are you sure Blue Yeti's a mic and isn't a Hearthstone card? So Chill Wind Yeti. Chill Wind Yeti, always a good pick. And War Chant avoids the tails, gets the heads. Winco is going to be out in 13th place. And now we are truly hand for hand, you guys. 4th out of 12 by my calculations. And where do we have Legum here? Legum is in 8th. I think we're going to go ahead and make the fold. A Hollywood Guy, thank you very much for that one. Reddit.com/r/PAX Pass Exchange. That looks like a pretty good spot. Michelle's a huge Redditor, so we're gonna get her on. We're gonna get her to PAX. It's gonna happen. Want to sell 2 Saturday tickets 2 hours ago. Did someone get it? PM, Table to buy as well. I will. PM. Face value 80 total cash. We'll make it happen next month. Samantha A coming in with 8275. Why the 275? Why the 275? Why not? We're making the fold. I mean, we come in with a trailing 100, right? Inspector Bacon says, is it fairly easy to get medicinal marijuana in Vegas? I'm debating moving there in California now, and it's super easy to get here. Inspector Bacon, I think that the first medicinal marijuana place did open here in Vegas this week. I mean, they just legalized it, started handing out licenses. Who got a license? Do you know someone who got a license? I do. Phil Ivey got a medical marijuana distribution license. He's able now to grow and sell marijuana under his license. So who knew? I didn't know. So yeah, fairly easy and legal now. Coming in with 8100 here. Waiting for that second trailing digit. Pretty close. And we're back up over 100,000, you guys. 5 out of 12. Is that what we're looking at? Kind of going back and forth between 5 and 4. Look at the other table. It looks like we got Lindley Lou still in. Papaya chilling out. George McFly. A couple of other friends of the stream. Great to see you guys. And same hand. Ace 8 of hearts. Do we do it again? I mean, we want to be the bully, but we don't want to look like the bully. This is starting to look like we're bullying the table. It really is. But, I mean, what other stack are we really going to try to go after except Rebel 702? You know, Samantha making the call here. It's going to be a little bit of a... It's going to be a little bit of a trick. We do go ahead and make the half pot size bet. We're basically continuation betting with any flop here. The fact that we actually hit this flop doesn't hurt. A little bit awkward as she makes a check raise for sure, but I just don't really think that we're going to auto give credit for better than top pair. The 10. Did the 10 hit her? I don't know. Guys, I have no idea where we're at. So we'll check back. I guess the nice thing about checking back is maybe sometimes we induce a bluff. If she checks, do we go for a value bet? That's a good question. Very good question. Yeah. Yeah, we would. Okay, so we make a call here. King, queen. Can't blame her for trying. A lot of hands she's going to get us to fold there, but not a pair of aces. Pippin87 in the stream. Good to see you, Pippin. He says, "Hi, Dutch. How are you?" Pretty good, Pippin. Pretty good. We are in second place in the $30 rebuy and add-on, making another go at it. Going to be making a final table here after we lose this guy and probably this guy and a couple people at the other table. We will wait for it to get to that trailing digit right there. Oh man, my wee wee is green. That's a bad one right there. Wow, wow. What do we do here, Samantha? Coming in with a 3-bet. I guess that we do a little bit of set mining. Are we just going to check fold this? Really, you guys? This is the plan? This was our plan with pocket fours, is have an innocuous flop come, 9-8-8, and we're just going to be like, check fold? Really? That's the idea here? Wow. And she comes in with a third pot. So tempting. Like how, like why am I making this fold? I have no idea where we're at. We had a plan. We had a plan going into it. And the plan was to hit a 4 or get out. So we're going to stick with the plan. John Mon making the shove for 20 bigs. We're going to, wow, leg him, saving the 2 bigs. Why not? Why not save those 2 big blinds, leg them? Those 2 big blinds might be worth $167. That goes a lot further in Reno than it does in Vegas. That's a lot of parrot food. A lot of parrot food. Copaesthetic, good to see you, man. Good to see you in the stream. I'm not going to repeat what you said because I am legally obligated to keep my mouth shut, but I'm not disagreeing with you, buddy. Not disagreeing with you. Future governor saying Phil Ivey is a drug lord now. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. Persian duck. Good to see you in the stream. The duck of death. Okay, we have a little queen 9 offsuit action. Leg him making the shove. I think we'll just get out of his way here. Let someone else do the dirty work. Yeah, we'll let someone else do the dirty work. We'll let someone else do the dirty work with our 2 pair. Queen 8 versus Queen 9. Jeez. Missed opportunity, guys. It's okay. It's okay. War Chant, Samantha, you guys tried. You guys tried. We're going to go ahead and make the fold here against... Yeah, we'll make the fold. You guys want to see the other table? You want to see what that other table looks like? Or do you want to watch Samantha Abernathy against Legum? New school versus old school. We'll see what wins out here. How have you been flipping today, Samantha? How them flips been going? Wow. So that's not going to work out. Legum getting it all in there with his ace-5 and catching lightning in a bottle. I like the call, Samantha. I think that Legum is pretty wide open. Good chunk of the time you're going to be up against a... oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, guys. Could it be the unbeatable hand? We haven't seen it all night. We haven't seen it all night, so yeah, we wait until it's the trailing digit. We're no longer doing the 100, and we get through. So it's at 2,500, 5,000. We're not doing the 100 anymore, guys, because it just looks awkward. 10, 100, nah. Just make it a minimum. Wow, we get through, so we get to add 1 to the Aces Cractometer. Go to our old Nightbot, the unbeatable hand, still unbeatable. It's awesome. Why do I call it the unbeatable hand? Asks Lakers 656. Good question, Lakers 656. We call it the unbeatable hand because we've never had pocket aces cracked. We've seen it cracked before, but we've been streaming since March and never had aces cracked. And in my whole poker career, I've never had pocket aces cracked. So the only hand in Texas Hold'em that you can get where pre-flop, you know you're ahead. It's also the only hand you can get in Texas Hold'em that it's impossible to beat. So, I mean, we've seen other people crack it. I've never personally cracked it, and I've never had it cracked. So the unbeatable hand, we get to have. Now we get to add 1 to our Aces Cractometer, which actually, guys, turns out it's only at 1. It turns out that it's only at 1. It turns out that, in all seriousness, the last time we had aces, it was in fact cracked. Why am I having trouble editing this up? Three out of 12. I like it, you guys. I like our spot. Lindley Lou still at the other table. Papaya, George McFly, chilling out at the other table. It's getting pretty stressful. Getting pretty stressful. That psychological inflection point is right in everybody's face. The difference between something and nothing. That is a very big difference. Pretty big difference. J Nature 3 says, where's the payouts? It's right there. Right there, right underneath the fist bump. Right underneath the Blue Shark Optics. Making the fold. Making the fold. Rebel 702. Wow, Samantha. Sam just... oh, jeez. How dirty is that? How dirty is that? Rebel 702 getting it all in there with the pocket tens, just making the shove. Samantha, looking at pocket kings in the big blind, makes the call. Wow. Oh, that's pretty brutal. That is a pretty ugly turn card right there. Phew. Disgusting. Disgusting. Okay, John Mon, we're making the call. Pocket fives against ace king. Let's flip that coin and see it. That'll do. That'll do. How are we doing on the other table? Looks like we have a kings versus jacks situation. So we're going to lose someone else at the other table too. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're at the final table, guys. Final table alert. Everyone's in the money now. And yeah. At the final table with Lindley Lou for the second night in a row, we got Samantha Abernathy right here. We've got Papaya chilling out. And Legum, 3-time World Series of Poker bracelet winner Legum. Anybody know when the last time Legum won a World Series of Poker bracelet? Fun trivia question. GoDad and me. God and me. Not GoDad and me. God and me. We've got some notes on him too. And we got a little Shih Tzu poodle here who's not too happy, looking at me like I'm just the worst father in the world. You're going to have to wait for about another 8 minutes. 8 minutes. 18 minutes. This is the problem with dogs, is 18 minutes might as well be 18 hours. They have no concept of time. You leave for a second, and you come back, and they're like, I haven't seen you forever, Daddy. It's like, yeah. You don't have a wristwatch, June. You don't know what time it is. Tricky the Tiger. Good to see you, man. So, King 9 suited, what do we think? Let's go for it. We will wait for that trailing digit right there. We get Rebel 702 making the call. We get Papaya making the call. And we get a pretty damn good flop for King 9 of clubs. We'll go and fire out half pot. See how far these guys are willing to go. Rebel 702 making the call. Papaya now making the call. Over call. Jeez, now I'm not even sure if I want a club. Yeah, we want a club. We'll take a club. Wow. Wow, you guys. Maybe not. Maybe not. I'm almost feeling like a club is just going to get us into trouble if we hit it. 18%. Getting 4-1. We are getting the right odds if our clubs are live. But you know what's going to happen, you guys? What's going to happen is a good chunk of the time we hit our club and we're screwed. And we get knocked out by Papaya. So we're going to make the fold. Yeah, so it looks like we were in fact live, and Rebel 702 with the pocket jacks making a pretty optimistic shove against Papaya. I guess we did want a club on that turn, and we probably could have taken it if we check raised Rebel 702. I think that we probably also would have taken it if we fired out a bet on the turn, decided to follow with that second bullet. Wow. Pretty interesting how that went down. Feeling quite nitty now. Well, we were right. Papaya did have a couple of our outs. We didn't actually have 9. We had 7, so we were looking at 14%. We needed a little bit better than 4-1. Did we have the implied odds to actually hit? Yes. Yes, we had the implied odds. And we had a king as an out, too. We didn't even need a king. We didn't even need a flush. We could have just hit it. Wow, JT Hollywood sending Samantha A out with those quads. Samantha A finishing with $209. We've got, yeah, that was a pretty brutal one against Rebel. It truly was. So we're going to be sitting here with Rebel 702 having all the chips after cracking cracking Sam with the pocket tens versus the pocket kings, and then deciding not to let go with the jacks on a queen high board, and somehow finding a bet on the turn. Yeah, we're making the call here, Legum, for sure. Ace 7 versus Ace Deuce. That looks good. That looks good. Not so good, though. No 8, no 4, no 2. Damn it. So that's going to be a chop. I guess we're calling for I mean, that's usually a chop. That 10 on the turn kind of messes us up pretty good. Could have been worse. I can definitely think of worse river cards there. Making the fold. Making the fold. Oh yeah, we are subscribers on, guys. So guys, we're on a final table. I'm gonna go ahead and change the title. This is the second time we final tabled this in 2 days. And when we do, we change it to subscribers only, just so that we don't get lost in the stream chat. Also, it's kind of a sensitive time for me when I get knocked out of a final table. I get a bunch of people deciding that I should have folded that last hand instead of raising with it. And usually they're right, but the timing is just a little bit off. So yeah, sub chat only. Final table hype. Here we are. We'll turn sub chat off once we make it through. So 12,000, waiting for that second trailing digit right there. Little 2x, and we call you War Chant. Linley Lou. Do we call Linley Lou making a shove here? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. It's a lot easier for Linley Lou to have Ace King with a shove than pocket threes. We'll make the fold here to JT Hollywood. Make the fold to Legum. And Wee Wee's Green says, I hope Dutch folds this King 9 of clubs. We did fold the King 9 of clubs, but I'm not really happy with the fold. Yeah. We'll make the fold here. And guys, I'm going to go to the Twitterverse too. I'm going to Twitter, letting people know. Gotta let people know we are at another final table. Second night in a row at the final table. Second night in a row that we're with Linley Lou at the final table. And this time we also have a few more bracelets competing for that top spot. Competing for that top brass. Well, maybe not. Maybe we've got a few more bracelets competing for that 7th place or 6th place. Not I. Not us. We're not getting 6th place tonight, guys. This could be nice. Fold, 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 shove. No, he didn't shove. So we'll wait until it gets to that second trailing digit right there. And call any. Of course we'll call any. What do you think, War Chant? You want to take a little free shot at a semi-cheap flop, getting 4-1? Sure, why not? I don't blame you. King 5-3. I'll call any. If I fire out at C-bet and you make a raise, I'm calling. Not loving it, but I'm calling. And he folds. It's pretty cool. Rest in peace there, Sochant. Grimmy has some good emoticons. Those are really nice. Yeah, so let's go to the Twitterverse. At the final table for the second night in a row in the 3K guaranteed. Live streaming on twitch.tv/DutchBoyd #poker #WSOP at Twitch Poker. And yeah, this will be a raise. 12K.
We're gonna like take over the poker room.
Look at that. We got My Lambert 9 coming in with the sub. Thank you very much, man. Really appreciate it, My Lambert. And hey, My Lambert, I'm going to go and send over a DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt, for your Kindle, your Nook, your iPad, your PDF, desktop reader, whatever it may be. Thank you so much for supporting the stream and clicking on that sub button. I know how easy it is not to. I really do. I mean, most of the streams I watch, I don't sub to. I sub to a few. You know, right now we're subbed to Mings, we're subbed to Potentials, Run It Up. We are part of the Run It Up Legion. We are part of Big Dog's crew. We've subbed to a number of them in the past, but I'll tell you what, My Lambert, I realize how easy it is not to click on the sub button. So thank you so much for supporting the stream. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. And I'm not overstating it when I say I wouldn't be doing this if it weren't for you and all of you other subs. You guys are the absolute bee's knees. You guys are the nuts. Thank you very much for making this possible because I really enjoy this. I really like streaming with you guys. I would much rather do this than be grinding my leather ass down at the strip somewhere or working up some web development stuff on... yeah, thank you, man. Really appreciate it. After the stream's over, guys, all of our new subs, check your Twitch message box or your email. You're gonna get a download link for the book. A masterpiece is what PokerStud5 called it tonight. A masterpiece, right up there with anything that the great writers of history have written. I'm not sure if I would agree with that, but I do think that when it comes to poker books, it's not so bad, and it got some pretty good reviews. Michael Craig, for example, says this book deserves to be an instant classic. That's pretty good. That's high marks from a writer that I really look up to. Gavin Smith, player I really look up to. Wow, we're gonna make the fold here. Papaya snap calling with the ace queen. Lindley Lou not flipping so good here. Can she get a jack or five? No. So that's gonna do it for Lindley. Second night in a row she's made a final table, and gonna get knocked out here in 8th. Not a good night to have that that double X chrome. We got 9-7 of hearts here. Listen to what Jeff Madsen says. Dutch's personal story is fascinating. Fascinating. A refreshingly unique perspective through the poker boom and beyond. Thank you very much for that. Thank you very much for that, Jeff Madsen. Gavin Smith says, an excellent read that really gives an inside look at the times that were. I highly recommend this book. That's what Gavin Smith says. Old G, up there from the great white north, Johnny Monette, 2-time WSOP bracelet winner and 1-time couch surfer playing 25-50-cent Omaha High-Low on my couch in Vegas. A very compelling narrative from one of poker's most interesting and dynamic personalities. Where is he now? Whatever happened to Johnny Monette? Well, I'll tell you where he is. He is playing the very, very biggest games that Vegas has to offer. The 1K, 2K, mixed game with Doyle and JRB. And yeah, he's made it. Upper echelon. The very top. Nowhere to go. Billion or bust. And then you got Lane Flack. I haven't had time to look at it. I'm sorry. Quote something for me. I'll stand by it. Okay, thank you, Lane. We will. We will quote that. That's actually pretty high praise too, right? Doesn't even, he hasn't had a time to look at it, but you can just say whatever you want. And thank you, Lane. We will. Lane Flack, my favorite poker player. Got Mark Hoke and Nolan Dalla also saying some pretty nice things about the book. So, guys, all of you subs should already have it, except for you new subs. Big shout out to our new subs. Check your Twitch message box after the night's over, and I'll make sure to get it over to you. Making the fold there. My wee is green saying, at Dutch Boyd, you should be happy with the fold. You had to call off a quarter of your stack with a club draw. That possibly could have been second best draw even if you hit. And you usually miss, so who cares about your king out? Yeah, you're right. I should be happy about the fold. I don't feel happy. I don't feel happy about the fold. So we'll make the fold to you, Legum. We got Scoobs McGee chilling out. Great to see you, Scoobs. Awesome to see you here in the stream. He says, hey, Dutch, sorry I haven't been around for the streams. Been working, but I'm here now. Thank goodness, Scoobs McGee. I am happy to see you, man. Thank you very much for being here. Yeah, I'm hoping that you brought some good luck because I would like to go ahead and take this down. Can we call this, you guys? What do you think? Calling with king queen off? Is this really that bad of a call? I mean, we're only really hurting to ace king, ace queen. We could call. I think we're gonna go ahead and just make the fold though. Camp busted. Yes, the streak is over. The streak is over. Okay, we're gonna make the fold, guys, and let's take a look at where we're at here. So 352. The next jump is a $60 jump, and then the one after that is a $66 jump. So pretty small jumps, really. Let's fold here to Legum. Who do we like here, Warchant or Legum? I think that Warchant is probably, well, I was gonna say I think Warchant is probably ahead. No, Warchant's not ahead. Legum makes the call with pocket queens and doubles up to 113,000. Moving on up. Moving on up the ladder, Legum. You're looking pretty good to get 7th or 6th now. I'm going to make the fold here. Don't attack a drowning stack. Warchant's calling with pretty much whatever. And Eximo asking, Dutch, are we going to TwitchCon? Because today is the last day to get tickets in the mail. I don't know, baby. I don't know. I think that we can still get tickets. We just wouldn't be able to guarantee that we get them mailed to us. So we'd have to pick them up if we get them. I mean, I looked. We could still get tickets. We'll we have plenty of time to think about it. And Rebel 702, of course, will make a raise to you. Rebel 702 makes the quick call. Look how quick of a call that was. And do you like that flop, Rebel? Firing out? Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and make a raise. Why am I raising here? Because I think that I don't think he's got a king. So at best I think he's got a queen. If he's got Jack 10 though, we're in pretty bad shape now. Can we get him off of a Queen 10? Can we get him off of a Queen Jack? I don't think so. We tried, we failed. We're going to go back into our hole now and think about how poorly we played this. Oh wow. Ace Jack. Okay, we will take it. We will take it. Guys, we're going to be right back, and we are chip leader in this thing now after Rebel 702 decides to not let go of the Ace Jack. Awesome. Feeling pretty good about it. We'll be right back. 4 minutes and 8 seconds. That should be enough to take June out. Don't go anywhere. Okay, guys, we are back. 1 second left to go. We are the chip leader. 7 left in this 30K. Not 30K. It's post Black Friday, boys. It is no longer a 30K. This is a 3K guaranteed. This is what we got. This is where we're at. This is what it's like to be a professional poker player in Las Vegas, Nevada. Okay, 7 left. You can see that we are guaranteed $352, so no matter what, it's going to be a good night. That's not going to work, War Chant. You're not going to get through JT. Papaya, thinking about making the call. Probably is going to be folding like an ace-jack or a king-queen. And JT Hollywood should be making a call with pretty much any two. Getting more than 2 to 1. Wow, maybe Papaya makes a shove. No, I don't think so. I think Papaya's out. Grandor asking how long has this tournament been running. Guys, you know what? I looked away for a second, too. I looked away for a second, but I heard, as I was walking out, JT Hollywood, how do you make that fold, dude? Getting 2.5 to 1. That's going to take a lot of credibility away from your pre-flop opens, my friend. And leg him. All in. Okay, we will make the fold. Leg him. We will make the fold. Cope Aesthetic saying, LOL, Dutch, you're running so effing good today. I know, man. I know. We did not think that we were ahead there. Making the fold. Making the fold. Okay, let me take a look. We have some new some new subscribers to welcome and thank. I just want to say, let me see who we had. Our most recent subscriber, Fish and Chips, and we also had Play a Serpent. So Fish and Chips, Play a Serpent, you guys are awesome. Thank you so much for clicking on that sub button, both of you. I'm sorry I missed it. We went on break for a second. Ran June out for just a second. Make sure to check your Twitch message box after the stream, because I'm going to go ahead and make sure that both of you get that DRM-free digital version of my book, Poker Tilt. Can we make a call here? I mean, Jack 9 off. We're getting we're getting about the right odds where we should probably call with any two. But you know what I'm kind of thinking, you guys? I'm kind of thinking that for our stack and for the situation that we find ourselves in, it's okay to keep a couple of these guys in. It's okay to keep the psychological pressure up. Because it's going to it's going to make it a little bit easier to extract chips out of some of these other stacks if we stay at like 7 and 6 and 5 for a little while. So I'm not going to go out of my way to call off a shorter stack with a hand that I know is worse. And this is going to be a fold. Why do you fold? Well, because these aren't the stacks we want to steal from. That's why. What stacks do we want to steal from, you ask? I'm glad that you asked. We're going after this stack, and we're going after this stack. We're going after this stack. We're going after this stack. And, yep. Rebel 702 is one of those stacks we go up against. Hexadecimal saying, hey Dutch, did you hit your follow target for the night yet? I did. I did. Gosh, this sucks. This sucks because we're getting 2 to 1. But then we're going to get exposed. I mean, we're exposed even if we fold. We know that we're behind, though, and a lot of times we're way behind. A lot of times we're not 2 to 1. A lot of times we are like 4.5 to 1. So we'll make the fold there. God and me moving up through us. We'll try it again. We'll try it again. Papaya, what do you think? 4-5 suited. What do you think, Papaya? Well, that's a little unexpected. I mean, what do you do when I just snap call? You go from chip leader to out the door? You're going to get 30 big blinds in, Papaya? Really? 30 bigs in here? That's kind of an ICM disaster for you, Papaya. Like, it truly is. I mean, most of the time it's going to get through. But those times it doesn't get through, you're pretty much just burning, like, $800 right there. Okay. So no longer the chip lead. Now we're in second place. Make the fold. We'll make the fold. We got Granddaddy Perp just subscribing. Granddaddy Perp. Awesome to see you here in the stream. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Granddaddy Perp, for actually clicking on that sub button. It really means a lot to me. Thank you very much for supporting the stream, supporting poker on Twitch, supporting what we're doing. I'm going to go and make sure to get that DRM-free digital version of my book to you after the stream's done. And you're awesome, man. Thank you, Granddaddy Perp. You are awesome. And all of you subs are cool. Thank you very much, man. Oh, gosh. 8-2 offsuit. What do we do? What do we do? Papaya coming at us, wielding that big stack. We'll fold. We will fold. Oh, that's pretty ugly. RJM for you. How you doing, man? Saying just got third in the 2K. Good to hear it, man. A little bit too quick there. A little bit too quick there, you guys. And what do we do now? 82,000. Got Jerry Yang here. So RJM for you just took third in the 2K. What was that for, like 500? Nice job, RJM for you. One of our buddies. We see him on a little doggy play dates all the time. Awesome to see you. So still sitting here. Now we're in fourth, but pretty much just like right up there. I mean, if you look at the position, we're actually kind of in third because JT Hollywood has to hit before we do. God and me, getting it all in there with the ace-5, getting called by Rebel 702's King-Jack suited, and why not? And is that a little bit of an ICM mistake? Probably, yes. Probably, yes. Now there were 6. And now there were 6. We'll go ahead and make the fold here with our Queen 8 of diamonds. And Poker Mindset Coach asking some questions about some of the other strategies at the table. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Gosh, I really don't want to get knocked out 6th, guys. We had that 6th place streak for a while. A 2nd place streak is a lot better than a 6th place streak. Doesn't really matter though. You know what, guys? It's going to be a good night. We're in for $90, $412. Even if we get knocked out right now, that's not a disaster. That's still a pretty decent day. What do we get here? Ace-4 offsuit, 6-handed. Feels pretty close. Feels pretty close to a raise there. And I feel like a good chunk of the time it gets through. Well, what do you do here, Papaya? Attacking Rebel 702, I don't blame you. Rebel 702 is quickly just snap calling. And we're looking at 2 really, really big stacks going at it. Who do we want to win? I'll tell you, I think I'd rather see Rebel 702 win, just because I think it would be easier to get chips from Rebel 702 than Papaya. But I don't care who wins, just as long as this is bloody. All we really want is for this to get really, really bloody. Papaya sitting here with an overpair. Don't check back for pot control, man. You want to go for the throat. When you've got it, go for the throat. Rebel 702 sitting here with what we would guess to be something like an ace-jack, and Papaya probably with pocket queens. Okay, guys, ace-5 of diamonds. If it goes fold, 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 and Legan makes a shove, we're calling any. Wow, JT Hollywood making the raise, making a minimum raise, and yeah, we'll go for it here. We don't love it, JT Hollywood, and I guess, prefer you to fold. But I feel like we're ahead, and I feel like we're going to probably be able to pick up 30K without a flop. When he calls, then a lot of times maybe we're not really that far behind. And we like it. Papaya, wielding that big stack like a bat. You're doing what you should do, Papaya. I don't know if I really loved that 30 big blind shove against us. It worked. But you know what? I'm going to not say anything because I feel like you're playing pretty good. You're isolating the stacks you need to isolate. You're putting the pressure on when you need to be putting it on. The only thing I would say is maybe even kick up the VPIP even more than you are right now. And JT Hollywood just making a real quick shove for 10 big blinds with who knows what. And not really that big of a difference between 6th and 4th. I mean, you know, less than $200 difference. So I don't really feel like JT Hollywood should just try to be moving up the pay scale, hoping that Legum and War Chant both bust in the same hand to Rebel 702. I mean, that's not really what we're trying to do. We're trying to win it. You know, there's such a big difference between second and first, and if you look at the way that the WSOP does it, I mean, first is about double. Well, second and third combined. You know, that's a very, very top heavy pay scale. 3/8 offsuit. Is that what we're looking to do? If everyone folds to leg him, are we just going to like snap call any two? No, sir. I say no. And War Chant, you're going to get through here. We're not going to make the call, getting 1.5 to 1 with a hand that we figure to be 2 to 1. And Legum gets through. Legum gets through. War Chant gets through. It looks like War Chant, you know, when he took a second there, I thought for sure you were getting called. I thought for sure. Okay. We'll make the fold to Legum. And Papaya, can you hit? You need an ace, a king, or a 10. That's going to do it for the Legum. Unless he gets the miracle, and he doesn't. So the rich get richer. And the poker theorists get knocked out 6th. Nice hand there, Papaya. War Chant making the shove. I guess we would love to see Papaya make a call here. And then JT Hollywood make a quick call too, and Papaya just knock them both out. Queen 3 off, a War Chant. What do you do with 11 bigs? Makes the fold. Papaya, what do you do? Makes the fold. JT Hollywood. You're probably not going to get a better spot than that, JT. So, yeah, we'll fold. Queen 3 off, not quite in our call-off range. What do you think, Rebel? Is this a shove for you? No. Just a call. Pretty good flop for Queen 6 of clubs. We fire out. Same amount. And sure. What do you think, Rebel? We get the fold back up to second place. Pretty good flop for Jack 10. We'll try to get it. And we get the walk. That's good. That's good. We like getting the walk. Making the fold here. Okay, so War Chant. Flop in the set. Getting there. Getting the full house against JT Hollywood's nut flush. So that was an interesting little run out. I always love to see that live when that happens, and we get the guy rooting for the club. It comes, and then he celebrates without realizing that he's knocked out. I always love it when, to watch a guy. I don't know why. Like, why do I like that? Why do I like it when a guy celebrates and is really happy and like, yeah, yeah? And sits down and then realizes that he can't read his hand. Why do I like that so much? I don't know. I don't know. Wow, Papaya. Papaya getting crushed by that Jack 4 and Rebel 702. I don't even know what to say about that one. That's pretty crazy. That was pretty crazy. Rebel 702 getting a little crazy there with the Jack 4. How did that go? Yeah, so, wow. So Rebel 702 just shoving in about two times the pot. Papaya made the call, putting him on some sort of club draw. And I don't really blame I don't really blame Papaya for making that call, but turns out that is not what Rebel 702 had. Okay, Papaya, I don't really know why you make the limp here. I'm gonna go ahead and just say thank you, I guess. Ace Jack 6. I feel like it's a trap. I feel like it's a little bit of a trap. Why am I feeling like Papaya's trapping us here with like an ace? I don't know. No, 7-4, so well, that's a fun hand. Rebel 702 limping in. Papaya raising. This looks pretty good. We'll just pick up 100,000 here most of the time. Oh, wow! Fell smack into that one. Oh my God! Look at this. Look at that. Jesus. Wow. So, yeah, we ran smack into that one, and somehow Papaya just walks away clean on that. I'm just still, I mean, pocket jacks, we're four-handed. So, what are we supposed to do? Just, like, snap fold that? No, I mean, like, there's 100,000 in the pot. Okay, Papaya, we will fold our queen high. Papaya, flopped the 6. He must have been celebrating until that turn. Pretty brutal there. And now we have all the chips. We're in pretty good shape. Making the fold. And why did we do that too? We did that too quickly, you guys. We did it too quick. Man, Papaya's just really kind of running over us here. I mean, it's kind of like a, you know, the fourth grader who's like picking on all the high schoolers. That's what it feels like right now, Papaya. I mean, like, look at the stacks here, and realize that it's okay. So somehow I think what we're seeing is Papaya feeling like the drowning stack here. And, yeah, we're going to make a raise. It's not going to take much for us to make that call against you, Papaya. It's not going to take much. That would have been a call, of course. So that pocket jacks is coming up right now. Crazy, crazy hand. And I gotta say, I mean, the way that this went down, Papaya probably should just make the fold there with pocket sixes. Mean PC, you were right. It was indeed a trap. Yeah, I still can't believe those jacks. That was crazy. Like, I'm still just kind of in shock at it. So, War Chant getting it all in there with the King 8. Has some outs here. 7-5 chop. 8 hits it. And we are heads up, you guys. Heads up for all the marbles with our friend of the stream, Papaya. Well played, Papaya, getting this, getting here. And here we are for all the marbles, man. All the marbles. It's pretty cool. Second night in a row, we are heads up. Papaya making the open limp. I think let's go ahead and take a flop with you, Papaya. I don't think that we can just assume that you're going to c-bet for us, so we'll go ahead and just try to claim the equity here. Papaya makes a very quick call, and what do? Well, we give up. Yeah. So getting 6 to 5, we'll make the fold with our 7 high. And we're okay with Papaya doing that. That's fine. 21, 22 big blinds. You want to keep on making that shove, you go right ahead. Go right ahead. Poker Mindset Coach asking, would you have bet the jacks if you were not down in the queen fold the other day? Probably. Four-handed pocket jacks. I mean, you can't be afraid of the monster under the bed. So yeah, I don't really think that we're ever folding that. You know, we're looking at trying to win the tournament, and I felt okay with it. Can we get better to call here? I'm not so sure. I guess we make the check and see what happens. What did Papaya limp there with 6-5 of 6-5 offsuit? Okay. We'll fold our 10-2. Papaya making a raise. I'm going to go ahead and make a fold here. Got to be a little careful with what I say at this point, because I know Papaya watches the stream, and I'm really proud that we actually are heads up with a with a friend of the stream. It's pretty cool, but I got to kind of keep my mouth shut at this point and just focus on trying to take this down. Yeah, we're gonna make the call here, guys. Ace 3 versus Jack 10. That's not what we're trying to do. Can we hit a queen? That would be awesome. Nope. So a little bit of a flip there. About a 60-40. And one of those spots where I think that the way that hand went down, I feel like the way that the hand went down, I think we're okay making the call, even if we know what he's got. Let me see here. Yeah, so 48, 96. Maybe not. What do you think, Papaya? Making the fold. So it was 240,000 to call. Looks like we were getting 4 to 3. So yeah, I'm fine with the call. 4-2 of spades. I think make a fold here. And 6-7 off. And we will make the raise. Pretty wet board, guys. Pretty wet board. Papaya making a very, very quick raise. I think we just fold. It's not that bad of a flop, really, for pocket twos. Makes a quick check call. What do we think about our pocket twos now? I guess we check back, induce a bluff, maybe. And yeah, we'll make a call. Wow. Okay. That was weird. That's something you don't really see a lot, and then it's also kind of interesting. So it wasn't actually, I guess it wasn't a bluff from Papaya. I guess that was some sort of weird value bet there on the end, expecting to get called with an ace high. I guess maybe we would do that. Maybe that's a mitigation bet from Papaya. I don't really know what Papaya is really thinking there. I'm not sure if Papaya is really rooting for a fold or rooting for a call. And yeah, we got Exmois sitting here wishing us luck. Thank you very much. I love you, baby. What did we see here? We had a fist bump from Exmois and a triple fist bump. Awesome. You're the best. Gosh, it's a wet board. Yeah. We're still firing out. We're still firing out against you, Papaya. Now what? I don't know. I don't know, but Papaya has definitely turned the tables on us. What are we ahead of here? Not much. Not much. Well, not a bad flop, really. And Papaya fires out that 27,000, so we're probably looking at 14 outs twice. There's one of them. I think we get doubled up right here. Yep, doubled up, so we are now back to a 2.5-1 favorite. And a queen 3 off against a drowning stack. We'll give him an orbit. We'll give him an orbit, just think about it. Pippin87 saying the pizza is slipping from our grasp. That was true 4 minutes ago. Not anymore, Pippin. Now the pizza is back in our grasp. We are looking at that $1,700 payday. Gosh, I want it so bad. I can taste the pepperoni. I'm making the fold here with a 3 high. We've got him 2-1, boys. Got him 2-1. And what do we do if he shoves here? I mean, it's a lot of big blinds he's got in front of him. You know, I mean, he feels short, but he's not. He's got, 21 bigs. Well, now he's a little shorter with 16. Firing out 44,000. Okay, Papaya. We will see a flop with you and see what happens. That's a pretty good flop. Pretty good flop. looks pretty good. Hold, boys. Boom. Fist bump. That's how we do it. That is a W. A W. So for the second night in a row, we make that final table of the $30 rebuy and add-on. Last night we got second to Lindley Lou. Tonight we actually take down the W. Guys, how good does it feel? How good does it feel to actually win a tournament? Just an outright win. It feels awesome. I couldn't have done it without all of you guys here. Bring in the Twitch Run Good. Thank you guys so much. Big shout out to all of our new subscribers too. I just want to say, you guys, if it wasn't for you subscribers, we wouldn't be able to do what we do here. We would not be streaming. I don't know what I'd be doing tonight, but it wouldn't be winning $1,700 in front of you guys and hanging out, talking poker strategy, talking life. You guys are the absolute nuts. It's really great to be here, guys. Big shout out to our new subs, Granddaddy Perp, Fish and Chips. We got Playa Serpent. We got Mylamber 9, Polar Bear, Kraken Aces, Lazy Sloth, Hexadecimal, Gatorbait, and Never Ever Official. Also want to thank all of our follows today. We had a goal of getting up to 9,500 follows, and it looks like we did. So if you haven't clicked on that follow button, guys, it's that little heart right underneath the video. We would really appreciate it if you would. It doesn't cost you anything, really helps us out. I'm going to go ahead and turn subscriber chat off. And you know what? I think I'm going to do a little Hearthstone Arena run, just kind of chill out. Is that what we're going to do? Nah, you know what? Let's keep it going. Let's go play the, let's keep the Midnight Mayhem. Let's get into that. You know, no one ever won 2 tournaments in a row without playing 2 tournaments in a row. So $1,733 for the W, guys. You guys are the absolute nuts. We are going to jump into that Midnight Mayhem right now. Let's do it. But first, I'm going to just take a second and walk around and just be happy. So, yeah, there we go. We'll get that up here. Papaya also. It's always awesome making final tables with friends of the stream. Big shout out to everybody else who made the final table, who was with us as we as we were streaming. You guys are awesome. Yeah, feels great. So the Midnight Mayhem, who's in it with us? We got a couple of people here in the stream who might be trying to take this down with us. So we'll be right back in about we'll say 5 minutes. I'm gonna just take a little breather, and woohoo! Awesome, you guys are the best. We'll be right back.